I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for your blessings, your grace, and your mercy upon us. Lord, please give us wisdom tonight as we are challenged with decisions that need to be made for the best interest of Spotsylvania County and Spotsylvania County residents. Again, thank you for your grace and mercy, and please give us wisdom again in everything we do and say and think. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members. First item is adoption of your agenda. There is a bullpen item for potential addition to the agenda. That is a presentation by the Civil War Trust proposing to purchase EDA-owned land in Lee Hill District.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Yakubowski?
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin?
No.
Mr. Ross?
No.
Mr. Benton?
Aye.
Mr. Marshall?
Aye.
Mr. Skinner?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
All right, then, next we have some recognitions, Mr. Chairman. First is the receipt of the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from the Government Finance Officers Association. This is for FY 2019, and our budget team is here, and I'd like to ask them to come to the podium. For it is recommended that the board recognize the Budget Office staff members for their work on the FY 2019 budget document. Based on examination of the county's 2019 budget document by a panel of independent peer reviewers, the county has been awarded the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award by the Government Finance Officers Association. This award is the highest form of recognition in governmental budgeting. In order to receive the award, the county's budget document had to satisfy nationally recognized guidelines for effective budget presentation. These guidelines are designed to assess how well the budget document serves as a policy document, a financial plan, operations guide, and communications device. Budget documents must be rated at least proficient in all 4 categories and in 14 mandatory criteria within those categories in order to receive an award. This is the 23rd year that the county's budget has been awarded the GFOA's Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, and the second time the budget has received special capital recognition. Special recognition is awarded when capital projects portion of the budget is rated outstanding by each member of the review panel. Congratulations to our budget team, and thank you. Next, we have a special recognition for our own Amy Mann. It's now certified municipal clerk Amy Mann, who has completed the requirements prescribed by the International Institute of Municipal Clerks for certification and has received her certification by that body. This is a tremendous amount of work and a great milestone for you professionally, Amy. Congratulations, and continue to do good work. toasted here. Just want to make you aware. This brings us to the presentation of the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman. If we have the floor computer, please. First on the consent agenda is the approval of board meeting minutes for January 22nd, 2019, approval of an agreement with Rappahannock Area Agency on Aging for the Marshall Senior Center. It's an annual agreement for use of the center. Item 3 is the appointment of Gary Skinner to the Healthy Generations Area Agency on Aging Board of Directors for a term that expires December 31st of 2021. Item 4 is the appointment of Heather Wheeler to the Social Services Advisory Board for a term expiring February 1st, 2022. Item 5 is the approval of contract with Xenon Environmental Corp. To provide membrane filtration systems equipment for the Thornburg Wastewater Treatment Plant at a cost of $1,320,300. Item 6 is the approval of a purchase order to Hercules Fence Company for fence replacement services. These are at Tuning Park, Cosner Park, Lee Hill Park, Legion Field Complex, and at the Marshall Center for a cost of $239,670. Item 7 is the approval of a purchase order to SHI International Corp. For Microsoft Enterprise license for the county at a cost of $291,473.25. Item 8 is to authorize an additional position with classification title of Deputy Director of Human Resources, funding to be included in the FY20 budget. Item 9 is to authorize public hearing for amendment to the exempt real estate tax for elderly or disabled persons. This hearing will be held at a future board meeting. Item 10 is a budget amendment and appropriation for additional technology trust fund allocations for electronic conversion of our circuit court records. The FY19 budget saw a difference of $71,305 is the budget amendment for a total of $140,544. Item 11 is a budget adjustment and grant award acceptance for the FY19 Rescue Squad Assistance Fund for the Sheriff's Office. This will purchase 5 LifePak 1000 automated external defibrillator units. The grant is $5,450, and there is a 50% local match that will be paid out of budgeted funds. Item 12 is de-appropriation of FY18 Highway Safety Grant Program selective enforcement proceeds for alcohol enforcement. There was $5,061 remaining from the grant funds that will go back. Item 13 is de-appropriation of excess FY18 Highway Safety Grant Program selective enforcement grant funds for speed enforcement, with $4,970 remaining from those grant funds. Item 14 is a grant application request for the FY20 Highway Safety Grant Program selective enforcement for alcohol. It's a $105,200 grant fund application with a local match of $62,249 for a total of $167,449. Item 15 is a grant application request for the FY20 Highway Safety Grant Program selective enforcement for speed. That's an application for $92,100 in grant funds with a local match of $53,287 for a total of $145,387. Item 16 is a grant application request for FY20 and FY21 Victims of Crime Services Grant Program. Item 17 is a resolution authorizing the use of fuel tax revenue for the FY19 transportation purposes. It appropriates $3,597,970 of accumulated fuel tax proceeds to go for transportation projects. Item 18 is approval of broadband services MOU in support of the Central Rappahannock Regional Library at the Partlow Ruritan Club. Item 19 is to suspend the bylaws of the Citizen Budget Review Committee to enable their presentation of their comments on the proposed budget for FY 2020 at the board's March 12th board meeting. And item 20 is Tanglewood Estates acceptance of Thornbrook Lane into the Virginia Secondary Street System. This is in the Berkeley District, and that is your consent agenda.
Does anyone wish to pull anything from the consent agenda? Is anyone signed up to speak for the public comment period on the consent agenda?
No, sir.
Is there anyone who did not sign up who wishes to speak specifically to an item on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Without discussion, Mr. Benton?
Aye.
Mr. Marshall?
Aye.
Mr. Skinner?
Aye.
Mr. Yakubowski?
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Aye.
Mr. Ross?
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
Next are public presentations. Amy, do we have anyone signed up?
Yes, sir.
In the interest of time, who is first, Amy?
Steve Ravinsky, followed by Sean Fogarty.
Ravinsky before Shaughnessy. That's pretty good. My name is Steve Ravinsky. I am a resident of Summer Lake, and as you know, we have 223 residents in Summer Lake, and we're going to have a Wawa right across the street from our bedrooms. And I'm here just to speak as a resident, and I have a petition here from quite a few residents. And we're worried about increased traffic in that intersection of Harrison Road and Salem Station. That, if you ever gone by there, 8 o'clock in the morning or 4:30 or 5 o'clock, there's school buses and everything else going by. It's dangerous, really dangerous. So that's why I'm speaking about the Wawa. And I know most of you fellows have to make decisions, and it has to come from your planning board, I believe, and then to you to vote. And it's interesting, I'd like all of you to stop there one day at 8 o'clock or 5 o'clock to see the problems that's going to happen there. And it's going to be a lot of noise, increased noise, lighting, pollution. And here's what gets me. It's going to be open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Can you imagine that? I can't. And that's why I'm here to plead with you to make a good decision about that Wawa at that intersection. We have 3 gasoline stations within 1 mile right there. And large trucks will be going on Harrison Road and Salem Boulevard. Here's what bothers me. I was a volunteer fireman for 20 years, and it's going to increase the time that fire truck that is down close to Route 3 will get to Summer Lake and the school that's by Summer Lake. And I hope nothing ever happens, but if we have those firemen to come there, every minute counts. And as you know, or don't know, Summer Lake was built 30 years by Carl D. Silver, and those houses are 30 years old. And it's gated, and people are there 55 and over, and that's young to be there. Most of us are up in our 70s and 80s, and we can't get out of Summer Lake right now.
Sir, I'm sorry, but your time has expired. Thank you.
Sean Fogarty, followed by Mike Smith.
Sean Fogarty, Livingston District, speaking on behalf of concerned citizens of Spotsylvania County. I've delivered an economic package to you all. I just wanted to introduce it and quickly summarize it. You have plenty of things on your agenda tonight, and I appreciate the time. The packet here is our effort to summarize what our feeling is that we need these good-paying jobs in the county that will support our residents living and working here. This attempts to evaluate S-Power's claims of economic development and jobs resulting from the proposal and provide some information to the board to consider about what's in it for the county. That first section, attraction of other businesses, we looked closely at what is real here in terms of bringing in new businesses. We've contacted 3 different county economic development officials in Currituck County, Southampton, and Accomack. Those are the 3 largest solar facilities on the East Coast, the 2 largest in Virginia. All 3 of those officials told us that they have noticed no new economic development activities as a result of their utility solar plant. Nothing has come in. A lot more detail is provided here, but I just wanted to provide that summary. The next section, local jobs and economic activity directly associated with the project. S-Power is estimating anywhere from 700 to 1,400 jobs in any number of advertisements and statements they've made. It seems like they're settling around 800 jobs as their current claim for how many jobs will be provided here. But yet, this is all based on an economic model. They haven't provided us anything that I've seen, any operational experience information that supports the numbers and types of jobs and skill levels resulting from the project. And they keep falling back on a model. We again looked at these other 3 counties and their experience, real experience with utility solar facilities, very little economic impact, just a small uptick in fast food, rental of space, and some motels, certainly, but really no big economic impact. Additionally, we've analyzed it and looked at even the county's staff report for the Planning Commission said they could not quantify what the economic impact would be. The next section is other reports that have been submitted to you. I wanted to highlight the first one. Fredericksburg Regional Alliance submitted a memo to the county dated 15 November. It was included in the staff reports for all 3 SUPs to the Planning Commission. And S-Power has referred to this report on several occasions. Although I appreciate the work that the FRA does, we've looked very closely at this report, and it really falls short of a thorough analysis of the economic impacts of the project. A lot of the details are provided. For instance, one of their conclusions was there's a lack of opposition to solar facilities in the region. That's patently false, not only in our county, but in Culpeper County. There's many other examples of oppositions. Attraction of data centers, no data was provided to come to that conclusion. We do a lot of discussion in here about data centers, what that means to the county, and what we think this project will mean or not mean for that. The other input that you received was from John Warren, the head of the director of the governor's DMME organization. That letter was submitted to the board on January 11th. It was titled, subject line was Letter of Support for the S-Power 500 Megawatt Proposed Solar Project. Almost sounds like they're lobbying for S-Power. This was really an 11th hour attempt by the governor to weigh in and try and convince their supervisors to vote against the very interests of the county. provide a detailed paper in there that refutes some of the statements that Mr. Warren made. I encourage you to read that over. I just wanted to highlight what was in there. The other sections on fiscal and tax impacts. We've covered this quite a bit. Kathleen Hayden has just discussed the tax revenue implications of not building lots in the Fawn Lake community, potential impact on appraised values of homes, and also the loss in construction jobs that would result from not building those lots. It's a staggering number. We know it's subject to some interpretation, but clearly there's going to be some negative impact to not building those lots and to the adjacent property. Again, that details are provided. The document is tabbed, so it should be easier to find those. The final section is S-Power's made a lot of promises that clearly are unenforceable, and I encourage you to look closely at what is really enforceable and that can be put into the SUP. Thank you for your time.
Mike Smith, followed by Carol Johnson.
Michael Smith, 9003 Chancery Court, Spotsylvania, Virginia, Livingston District. I recently attended 2 school board meetings and want to inform the Board of Supervisors on what I saw and what I heard. Dr. Baker presented his budget to the school board on 28 January, and last night, Dr. Baker's budget was approved by the school board of a vote of 5-2. My school board member, Kirk Twigg and Lisa Phelps, voted no. Notice I didn't say the school board's budget was approved. How could it be? They didn't have time to review it, discuss it, or have questions answered, and it included no changes to the budget presented by Dr. Baker. The budget being presented to you is bloated, padded, asks for anywhere from $12 to $18 million more dollars from Spotsylvania County taxpayers. It includes some good things to assist teachers and students, but the majority is up for significant debate and discussion, of which I hope occurs. 5% raises for everyone, Year 2 of the Evergreen recommendations approved, 149 new full-time employees, the majority who are not teachers. The budget does not do enough to support the teachers in their core task of teaching or in the students' core task of learning. At last night's meeting, several speakers mentioned the following. I feel like we're losing new teachers. Well, let's see the facts on this, and I doubt it's all about the pay. The Evergreen study last year highlighted teacher satisfaction here in the county. So it's not just about the pay, it's other reasons. Pay is good and benefits are great for a teacher starting a career. Improvements are being made, especially in pay, but it does take some time. Students are not prepared for kindergarten. This is a parent failure, not something for teachers to fix. Teachers need to focus on teaching. We need more ESOL teachers. These are the teachers that teach English to those that don't speak or understand or write English in our schools. Who in our county is not learning and speaking English? Who are these students? Do we have a better solution for teaching English? How about an English academy here in the county that prepares students for elementary school? Isn't teaching hard enough for our teachers without the student understanding English? Speaker after speaker told the school board, and specifically Twigg and Phelps, to unanimously approve the budget. There was obviously a coordinated intimidation and shaming campaign led by radical groups within our school system against 2 of our conservative school board members, Twigg and Phelps. Did you know that neither one of them has been appointed to be chairman or vice chairman? Ever wonder why? They were elected. They care for our students. They care for parents. They care for education. But perhaps it's childish behavior of adults preventing this from happening. Be prepared for the broken record regarding our last past budgets. You're going to hear back in 2009, classroom sizes, teacher shortages, low pay. Could we please talk about the present and the future? Shame on those educators, parents, and others who participated in the hate campaign against Twigg and Phelps. And to those who use students as puppets and mouthpieces.
Mr. Smith.
I'd like to request 30 more seconds.
Is there a board member who'd like to make such a motion?
I make the motion.
Is there objection? Finish up.
Dr. Baker and Chairman Braswell will tell you all community stakeholders contributed to this budget. I belong to several major groups and am not aware of any invitations to participate. Obviously, you do not care. They do not care about what we think or feel or have to offer, although I do think it would contribute significantly to solving the extensive number of issues within the school system and create a path to success for students. It's my opinion that this budget is not ready to be reviewed by the board or the county staff. Send it back to the school and ask Dr. Baker and the school board to present a budget that we can all get behind and support in the best interest of our students. Thank you for the additional time, and thank you for hearing me.
Carol Johnson.
In 409 Sarasota Court in Summer Lake. I live in a home that is probably within 250 feet of the proposed entrance on Harrison Road into the proposed Wawa. I'm enough of a realist to recognize that this is going to happen. That is commercially zoned. Something is going to go in there. And personally, I have no grudge against Wawa. I have concerns. I have concerns that I hope you as supervisors will take to heart and pay attention to on our behalf. They are the noise. I don't think you can do a whole lot about that. It's going to happen. I do have concerns about the lighting, because it's going to come into my home 24 hours a day, or through the night at any rate, when it will be a little bit of a nuisance. I can live with that, but I hope that you, when you go by there, will check for yourselves to see that the lighting is directed into the Wawa property and not across the street. Look at that for us, please. Also, I've been encouraged to understand that there'll be a nice planting of buffer zone. I hope that that's not limited and that it really does try to buffer not only what we will see if we look at the building and structure, which is not going to be that pretty, especially the 16 bay gas pumps. I don't know if we need that, but these are all concerns that I think are quite legitimate. I understand from a report that I just read that the drainage should not be a concern to the residents of Summer Lake, that it will be kept on that side of the road. I hope you pay attention to that. And I also have a major concern about hearing from someone from Wawa when I ask about how will the deliveries be made. And he said, point blank, they'll come across Harrison Road. Are you kidding me? I mean, maybe when that's expanded to 4 lanes, that will be acceptable. But there shouldn't be any tractor trailers on Harrison Road between Route 1 and that corner in its present state. It's too narrow, it's too curvy, and the speed limits are not adhered to, believe me. I also have an issue with the congestion that happens at Salem Boulevard and Harrison Road. That's going to have to be addressed sooner.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but your time has expired.
There are no other citizens signed up to speak.
Is there anyone who did not sign up? Yes.
Alfred King, the Livingston District. 2 points. The S-Power application seems to be a living document and being changed almost as we speak. Until we get a best and final offer from S-Power, I don't think it's fair to ask the citizens and the Board of Supervisors to make a final decision. We need at least a week after the absolute final presentation by S-Power is made. If you were building a $700,000 house, you wouldn't sign the mortgage while the architect was still designing the plans. Here we have a $700 million project. The plans are still being designed, presentations are being made, and we don't know what the final answer is going to be. So I plead with you, do not make a final decision, do not make us prepare a final evaluation from the citizens' point of view until we have the final document. The second thing that I want to mention is that given the size of this project, I believe that in the interest of fairness, the applicant is given time at the presentation, and you are allowed to question the applicant, and then at the end of the speeches, they can come in with a rebuttal. It seems to me fair in a project of this size that's going to have the impact on the county that it will, that you should provide the same fairness to the residents. I know this is different from what you've had in the past, but this project is different from anything you've had in the past. And I believe that if you were to ask the SPAR representatives and Mr. Payne, that if this is in the interest of fairness, that they would, in fact, support a presentation by us equivalent to what they're going to be allowed to do. Thank you.
My name is Michael O'Beard, 11201 Chancellor Meadows Lane, ground zero for the SPAR project. I have some questions about the wetland credits that SPAR is planning on buying to destroy the wetlands of this property. It's 6,500 acres, and some of it is precious wetlands. Well, they can buy wetland credits to destroy the heritage and the character of Spotsylvania County. Nobody knows how many they're going to buy. Nobody knows where they're going to buy them at. But all they know is that SPAR can buy them to destroy the county. If it comes back into the reclaiming the land, how they want to reclaim these wetlands that they've already destroyed? You can't do it. There's no way they can do it. But the federal government says they can. You know, it's up to y'all the decision if let them destroy this county or not. Let's talk about some fire. They took in 2015. It took about 5.5 hours to get the fire under control on Mine Road. That's on blacktops. What's going to happen if something catches on fire over there on that 6,500 acres where it's dirt roads, gravel roads, and there's not enough roads clearance to turn the fire trucks? According to Spotsylvania, they have to have enough room to turn the biggest fire truck on Spotsylvania County's staff. That's, you know, it's not talking to the little pickup trucks with the little tanks on the back of it. They're talking about the fire engines. You know, that's 42 foot of turning radius on the largest one Spotsylvania carries. All right. And this other one, the Department of Energy is talking about floating solar panels on man-made lakes. Okay? If they start pushing solar panels, Dominion Power is the main object on Lake Anna. What, is the board going to go ahead and pass floating solar panels on Lake Anna? You know, because there's a lot of county revenue on Lake Anna. You know, if y'all not going to pass it for them, why should you pass this thing for us? We don't want it. You know, we're asking y'all to vote no. Or if you can't vote no, tell them to make it smaller, because this thing is unusual large. Nobody knows what the health effects of this thing's going to be. People live within, say, 200 foot. My house is only 57 foot away from this thing. Nobody can tell me what the health effects are going to be on my family or my animals. Nobody can do it because there's no such study that close. They don't even know what the heat effect's going to be. They say 1 degree, 10 degrees. They say it's 50 foot, 100 foot. Nobody knows because one study takes and knocks out the other one. Nobody can tell me for sure what it will be. And until this thing is under control and they could give out records and statements that are conclusive to it, I say that the Board of Supervisors should vote no to it. And I've offered to myself to take any board member across the 500 acres that joins me. And y'all happy to come out, just give me a call.
Is there anyone else who did not sign up who wishes to speak?
Good evening. My name is Don Riles. I am also a Summer Lake resident. On January 10th at the initial Wawa meeting, I made a presentation. I'm going to repeat a lot of what was said at that meeting. I have with me an SDI report, which is Sullivan, Donahoe, and Ingalls, who we hired to come in and evaluate Summer Lake as it currently stands. There's a tremendous water problem within Summer Lake. Most of it is identified by the engineers as coming across Harrison Road to the CVS and the dentist office, and then just continuing to flow right into our residents' backyards. There's two or three things that are very, very concerning. Water runoff is certainly one. Traffic is going to be unimaginable at that corner without a widening of Harrison Road, as well as privacy of the residents that we just mentioned. And I'm going to tell you that where this is proposed, naturally it's going to be all hardtop, it'll be all asphalt, all the water is going to run off. But most important, if they have 14, 16 pumps, they can stand at those pumps and turn around and look and watch TV, and our residents, some of our residents that are right adjacent to Harrison Road. It's very concerning. I met at the January 10th meeting, I met Leon Hughes, who asked for a copy of his report, which I sent to him. Leon turned around and sent it to Richard Street. Richard said he was going to send an engineer out to take a look at the issue. I have sent another message back to Richard Street and to Leon asking what the results of the engineer visit was, and I do not have an answer yet. So we need to get that answer. We need to find that out. And I would appreciate some help with getting that so we can finalize what our next steps will be. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Todd Rump, and I'm in the Lee Hill voting district. Abraham Lincoln is credited with saying, and I'll paraphrase, "With public sentiment, anything can be achieved. Without it, nothing." As we begin the budget review process tonight, I think this quote is important for each supervisor to reflect on, regardless of whether you support or oppose parts of the budget. In the past, the board has generally withheld its detailed views of the budget until the very end of the process. This tactic does our community a great disservice, primarily because it denies the community of a vibrant debate and discussion. History shows that to be responsible and effective leading a community, one needs to make decisions that in the moment are deemed to be unpopular by some. When these opportunities present themselves, it's important that leaders become more engaged with the community to express their views clearly. I know firsthand that when you engage or expend the efforts to explain yourself, you may not gain a supporter, but you are likely to gain respect and ultimately trust, which helps to bridge divisions in the community. Quite frankly, the level of debate the last few budget cycles from this divided board does not seem to set the standards for localities in Virginia. In my estimation, it's your responsibility to ensure that levels of service provided at a minimum are moving our community forward. To counter budget request increase with anti-tax rhetoric illustrates a clear unwillingness to engage in honest debate. Likewise, to support these budget increases without laying out in detail the consequences of not funding them is equally wrong. As we all get an opportunity to review the budget, I look forward to your thoughts on how the budget proposals fit into your priorities and vision for the future of our county.
Anyone else who did not sign up who wishes to speak at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public presentations.
So, Mr. Chairman, that brings us to board reports.
Mr. Yakubowski.
Thank you. Just real quick, at the last board meeting that we had, I had brought up that smart scale projects had come back. The county, in my opinion, had lost out on a lot of funding. Our projects did not score very high according to the program. I had brought up last year when we had added projects to the bond funding that was passed by the voters back in 2014, projects that were not part of the bond referendum, that was then pushing projects that were in the bond referendum out. And I was told, well, we'll wait for smart scale and they'll go through that process. Well, they have failed in that process. We have done transportation studies on Route 2 and 17 in the 4 Mile Fork area down to Route 17 on Route 1 in Massaponax to find solutions for the traffic problems that we have in those areas. Those projects were on the bond referendum and should be part of what we spend our bond money on, not other projects that we insert. And so during this budget process, I'm letting the board know and looking for their cooperation in finding money to support these projects that didn't make the cut from Smart Scale that were part of the bond referendum that the voters passed nearly 5 years ago. Thank you.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Nothing to report.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Chair, as you've directed me, now is the time. I'd like to bring up one of my constituents, John Damon and Trevor Wells, to give a brief on the Convention of the States.
I have lived in Spotsylvania for 45 years, for the exception of time served in the military. I come to you today as a citizen activist asking you to support our resolution in urging and empowering Virginia state legislators to call a convention of states to propose amendments to the Constitution to curb the abuses of the federal government. I'm sure that everybody here is aware of the problem. Washington, D.C. is out of control and will not relinquish power. It is not that they are not following the Constitution. They are following the wrong one. The Constitution as we know it today is much bigger and burdening than the Constitution, which was ratified in 1788. There are 4 major abuses perpetrated by the federal government: spending and debt, the regulatory crisis, congressional attacks on state sovereignty, and federal takeover of the decision-making process. We, the people, are getting ready to hit $22 trillion in debt. The federal government owes trillions more in vested Social Security benefits and other programs, $140 trillion under the normal rules of accounting. Even if the government confiscated everything from everyone, it would not cover the debt. Is this how you would run the county or your personal finances? I would think not. The federal bureaucracy has placed a regulatory burden upon businesses that are complex, conflicted, and crushing. Little accountability exists when agencies, rather than Congress, enact the real substance of the law. Research shows that since 1949, federal regulations have lowered the GDP by 2% and made America 72% poorer. Congress has been using federal grants to keep the state under control for years. Congress has turned state legislators into their regional agencies rather than truly independent governments by attaching mandates to these grants. An agenda often accompanies these mandates. The founders believed that a limited government would provide the greatest protection of liberty. They designed checks and balances at the federal level, but collusion among decision makers in Washington, D.C. has replaced those checks and balances. Convention of States is a nonpartisan issue. It's an up and down issue, not a left or right one. It is about who decides in D.C. will never voluntarily relinquish meaningful power no matter who is elected. State and citizens must be proactive about taking this power back. Where in the world is this? This is here and now. U.S. taxpayers have spent over $22 trillion on anti-poverty programs 1964 through 2014. This spending, which does not include Social Security or Medicare, is 3 times the cost of all U.S. military wars since the American Revolution. We are truly at the crossroads. The status quo leads to growing power and financial irresponsible centralized government in Washington and financial ruin of generations of Americans. The other path, a call for a convention of states, leads to a restoration of liberty and an American Renaissance. Article 5 gives us this solution, a convention of states. A convention of states, which Colonel George Mason of Virginia was smart enough to include in our Constitution for a time like now, it would take 2/3 of 34 states to call a convention. We currently have 12 states who have voted for a convention and possibly more this year. Amendments would be proposed by the convention back to the states to be ratified in the same manner as the first way, which is 3/4 or 38 states would have to ratify before the amendment becomes part of our Constitution. Again, 34 states submit applications for the same issue. Congress is required to call the convention. Commissioners debate, propose, and vote upon possible amendments. Proposed amendments are then sent to the states for ratification. The proposed amendments only become part of the Constitution if and when 38 states ratify them. Calling a convention can curb the abuses of Washington. The founders knew the federal government might one day become drunk with the abuses of power. The most important check of this power is Article 5, in which the states call a convention. How will this operate? We have precedents. The states have met in conventions at least 33 times, including the convention that resulted in the Colorado River Basin Compact in 1922. Our proposal is different and unique in that we are very specific in the 3 subjects to be debated at the convention. It is also unique that this is a grassroots volunteer organization starting with We the People. Not one person connected with Convention of States Virginia is paid. We are calling a convention for a particular subject rather than a particular amendment. The subject is limiting the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, creating a complex package of restraints. A model application would include term limits for the federal government. Term limits for federal officials, members of Congress, and the Supreme Court, fiscal restraint on the federal spending and taxation, and limits on the jurisdiction and the scope of the federal government power. We are here today doing our part as self-governing citizens, and we encourage all that view or read this to get involved too. Time is of essence. Calvin Coolidge, our 30th president, said, "No method of procedure has ever been devised by which liberty could be divorced from local self-government. No plan of centralization has ever been adopted which did not result in bureaucracy, tyranny, and inflexibility, reaction, and decline." I now introduce you Trevor Wells, who is a district team leader for House District 54.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, thank you. I'm Trevor Wells. I've lived in Cortland District for over 25 years. Thank you for having us back so we can give you this presentation. The framers of the Constitution knew that the nature of man and the role of government well. They knew that even good men with good intentions could over time create an oppressive government that was unresponsive to the will of the people. That is where we are at today. They foresaw this, and they gave us the means to remedy this within the framework of the Constitution. As the Convention of States movement has grown, opposition to the convention has cited its concerns over a runaway convention, that the convention delegates will rewrite the Constitution. This is a fallacy. We are not calling for a constitutional convention, which would be unconstitutional. We are calling for a convention of states authorized by Article 5 of the Constitution to propose amendments only. We're using the Constitution to reinstitute the safeguards of the Constitution. Flip to the, here you go. Here are the differences between the two. So as you can see, a constitutional convention proposes an entirely new constitution, whereas Article 5 simply allows us to propose amendments which would then come back to the states for ratification, just like they would if the amendments were proposed by the Congress itself. Okay? We're also limiting the convention to discuss 3 areas of concern: fiscal restraint. We cannot continue to spend money that we do not have and expect our children and grandchildren to carry the burdens of our irresponsibility. We have congressmen proposing legislation surrendering the power of the purse in order to keep the government open at all costs. When was the last time an actual federal budget to fund the entire government passed by Congress on time and not a continuing resolution? 1997. How long would you remain on the board if you were as ineffective as Congress? Term limits. As power has been centralized in the federal government, individuals within the parties have worked against the interests of the people to maintain power. When the leaders within political parties spend money to defeat primary challengers from other party members, we have a problem. Federal overreach is staggering. The idea of enumerated powers isn't even discussed anymore. If someone sees a problem, they look to the federal government for help, and everyone assumes that the government automatically has the authority to do it. Limiting the scope of the convention to these areas, along with the Senate resolution, SJ 268, the Good Faith Commissioners Resolution, gives the convention focus and prevents a feared runaway convention. Even if enough states call for the convention and one is held, there's no guarantee any amendment will be voted out of the convention. If an amendment is voted out of the convention, 3/4 of the states still must ratify it. Through the entire process, the states have control over the process. We are simply trying to create the opportunity to have these discussions and allow the will of the people to reassert itself over the government as our founding fathers intended. Thank you. And if you have any questions, Scott Camden is our regional director for Convention of the States, and we'd like to help and answer any questions we possibly can.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Question is, if we write a resolution, are these the specifics that this board would agree to as far as term limits, stuff of that nature?
No, you're simply calling on the state legislators to support a call for a convention of states only. That's all you would be doing.
And Virginia is on, as far as our resolution in the House this year and past years, it is calling for specifically those three things. We have also offered a resolution which selects what delegates would go to this convention and under what rules they would have to follow, and they would take an oath to uphold those three things only, and they couldn't talk about anything else other than those three things.
Thank you, Mr. Ross.
Without any more questions, I move that we pass resolution, and it's in our packages 2019-001, our first resolution of the year. That is a resolution requesting that Virginia be added to the roll of states adopting resolutions in support of Article 5 Convention to consider constitutional amendments restoring authority and resources to state and local governments.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there discussion? Mr. Jakubowski.
Yes, thank you. As we see from our agenda, we are dealing with a lot of issues and a lot of issues that we actually have a hand in and actually can vote on and do. And I don't want anybody to misrepresent any of my statements that I'm opposed to any of these proposals at all, but I do not feel it is the role of this board to pass any resolutions that go outside of that realm of what we are supposed to do. If private citizens want to go ahead and do it, fine. I'm pro-life. Are we then going to pass pro-life resolutions? Are we then going to pass, oh, I don't know, let's get out of the UN, Syria war? I mean, I condemn our fellow board members and other city councils that put forward resolutions that attack our president, or as Arlington had done years ago, calling for the withdrawal of troops from the Iraq war. It's not our place. It's not our role as a board to be delving into these issues. Call our legislators. Call our senators and our delegates. Tell them what we think as individuals. But as the role of this board, I don't think that we should start delving into these issues that are outside of the powers that are delegated to us from the state and the decisions that we need to make on behalf of our citizens. Thank you.
Mr. Ross.
Yeah, I would just like to say that every year we pass a legislative agenda that has had everything from not using drones unless a warrant is issued to you name it. I'm sure we passed one this year. This is a message to our General Assembly, which is in line with what we've always done. We've always done that at least with our legislative agenda. So I see no difference between what we're asking for tonight. And I mean, we could easily, as a resolution, have put this in our legislative agenda earlier in the year. It's just come to my attention at this time.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Yeah, I think this is a long time coming, and I'll disagree with Mr. Yakubowski a little bit in the fact that all of these mandates placed on us, the local board, by the federal government, there's taxes upon taxes upon taxes and rules and regulations that we have to follow that force us to, we set the tax rate. There's things we can't spend money on because of unfunded federal mandates and various things like that. So I'm very supportive of it, and so I appreciate you gentlemen coming out here and keep up the good work.
Mr. Yakubowski.
If I can just respond, our legislative agenda is for actual legislation that affects us directly. I'm not saying that the federal government and their mandates don't affect us, but it is up to the state government. Plus, quite honestly, I know that there is a big debate amongst conservatives over whether a convention of the states is the right way to go, how to do it, the parameters of that. Eagle Forum, I know years ago was against it. I know Mark Levin is for it. I know about this issue. So my opposition to that is not that I oppose the underlying desire behind it. I just don't want this elected body to go down this road simply because I agree with the issue that's before us. If we had people that are on the opposite side of the political spectrum, let me say, that would be proposing things in the opposite direction, I would oppose that too. I believe that we need to take care of the business that we are elected to take care of here. And if we want to tell our delegates and senators to sign on to this, absolutely. Thank you.
Is there any further comment? If not, we'll vote. Mr. Benton?
Aye.
Mr. Marshall?
Aye.
Mr. Skinner?
No.
Mr. Yakubowski?
No.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Aye.
Mr. Ross?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Did you have more board report?
Nothing else to report.
Mr. Benton, your board report.
I'll have to read my yearly disclosure form. I want to get it out of the way since I'm a retired employee. I hereby disclose I have an interest in the budget transaction as a retired employee of the county. My disclosure is on file with the clerk and is available to the public for review. Mark and Amy, please record this disclosure in the minutes of this meeting as required by law. And I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Marshall?
Just real quickly, I'd like to take time in our consent agenda. We've got the matter of understanding passed for the satellite library. I want to take time to thank our staff. I know our IS staff and our county attorney's office and the Central Rappahannock Regional Library staff. They worked very hard getting this put together. I thank them for that. I also like to thank the members of the Partler Roots in providing a location. This is a huge advantage to the kids and the adults in my district, specifically in that area. They don't have internet access, and this gives them that opportunity, and I'd like to thank everybody that was involved for doing that. I also have to read a disclosure statement so I can get mine out the way now, too. I hereby disclose I have an interest in the budget transaction as an employee of the county. My disclosure is on file with the clerk and is available to the public for review. Mark and Amy, please record this disclosure in the minutes of the meeting as required by law.
Mr. Skinner?
Just one comment. I will not be at the 26th meeting. My family and we had planned a trip someplace, and a few of these members of my family have never been there before. So unfortunately, when we changed everything around, we leave on the 26th, so I will not be here. And I wanted the public to know that I've asked Nikki to go ahead and film the entire thing and send me a copy of it, and I will sit down and I will certainly look at all the photos. But I don't want anybody to think that I'm trying to jump out on a 4.5, 5 hour meeting where you're all going to have to sit. But I do apologize not being there, but over the last 16 years, I think my family has taken some hits because of being an elected official, and I just believe that this is family first in this point. So thank you very much. That's all I've got to say.
Speaking of the meeting on the 26th, my only item for my board report, after discussing with supervisors and asking the schools if to make sure that Spotsylvania High School was available. I think we've come to a consensus to change the February 26th meeting to 4:30 p.m. at Spotsylvania High School. And of course, as probably everyone knows, the reason for this is we will be having the public hearing on the solar proposal and anticipate a big crowd. So I will move that resolution at this time. Is there any discussion? Okay, go ahead and vote. Mr. Benton?
Aye.
Mr. Marshall?
Aye.
Mr. Skinner?
Aye.
Mr. Yakubowski?
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Aye.
Mr. Ross?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. That's it for my board report.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to presentations and reports. Calling that the board added a presentation by the Civil War Trust relating to the EDA property in the Lee Hill District. Would respectfully suggest we add that first.
Mr. Skinner?
No, I was just replying to the county administrator's remark to us whether we should start off the presentations with the Civil War Trust.
Is there any objection from board members? Before? Let's begin there.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Jack Blaylock. I'm a resident of Saw Hill in the Chancellor District, and I'm here tonight as a member of the Board of Directors of the Central Virginia Battlefield Trust to discuss briefly EDA land off of Tidewater Trail. As some of you know, we've had some ongoing discussions between members of the preservation community, the county, and Mr. Taylor to discuss our interest in buying for the purpose of preservation some of the land behind the current IDX facility that's adjacent to the National Park land. We had offered at one time and presented to the county through Mr. Skinner and Mr. Taylor an offer to purchase some of that land. Since then, there's been many dynamics that have changed where we are at this point in time. What I would like to ask of the county and of the EDA is to allow the preservation community to perform an appraisal of the available property and to remind you that the preservation community is absolutely committed to preserving this land if possible. Allow us to survey the land and then come back to the board as quickly as possible with a fair market value offer for the portion that's been made available. Needless to say, the preservation community views all property from Lansdowne Road to Benchmark Road as historically significant, and have the opportunity to purchase this and include this into our portfolio of lands is very, very important to what we see as a historical draw to that area, which allows us to start to complete ideas for walking trails, historical markers, and expand that as an offering in conjunction with the National Park land as it is today. So if the board will allow us a few weeks to work with EDA, Mr. Taylor's office, and the board to perform another appraisal, we'd be most appreciative.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Skinner.
Yeah, I don't see any harm in doing this. We're not moving that quick anyway. We couldn't hold off, but we know that I don't think all the land. Are you going to appraise a certain portion of the land?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
The ones that are not called for already? Or?
Yes. From what we understand, if you recall, we had looked earlier at roughly 50 acres of land in that one parcel, and to our understanding, it's been kind of divided up since then. So we want to appraise and survey the remaining piece that may be available to us. Then we can prepare a fair market offer based on those results.
Well, I would make a motion this board allows them, and will give them 2 weeks or
However long it takes for us to line up the
whatever it takes to
appraisal.
line up and come into that way.
That'd be fine.
Because we're not in any position right now to say that the rest of the land is available. So I think it'd be fair to have an offer from you. So my motion is to allow them to bring back an appraisal in there and possibly a proportion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. McLaughlin.
how much land and what section are you talking about?
All right, so you're going to have to, I only have this little black and white piece of paper to go off of. So if you can envision the land directly behind the IDX facility that goes across the railroad tracks, and there's national park land. There's a portion of that, roughly, 47, 48 acres, closest to Rosser Road.
You're looking to purchase the whole 47 acres?
We offered it, but it's not available at this point. Only roughly a third of it is available at this point. That's the third that we're going to offer to buy. However, the numbers that we had gone off of over the course of the last year really need to be updated to a fair market price, because there has been changes in direction as far as the use of that land. So,
Do you believe they'll go up, your offer?
I have no idea. I've never heard of land going down, but we do know that there will be a change from what we had offered previously.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Benton.
I'll say, unfortunately, I cannot support this. Like I said, this is shovel-ready ground where we've been working out access points and stuff like that, that can bring us jobs, and lots of them, depending on what can come in there. And as far as shovel-ready sites in the state, there's very few. And, my concentration for us is bring the jobs, keep folks here. So I'm saying no on that. I think there's plenty of land out there that has already been bought up, that's sitting, that, the preservations need to start using some of that land or developing that to where they can bring in tourists and stuff like that. To keep just buying land and doing nothing with it but let it sit and let people have to drive around a IDX to even see it and then say, ooh, look, trees. I mean, it does nothing for our county at this point, so I'm sorry.
Well, I appreciate your view. Thank you.
I know there are other proposals in the wind, perhaps, for this property. Can I just ask, Mr. Amora, is there anything that is time crucial that we wouldn't be able to give them a couple weeks to present a proposal?
Mr. Chairman, we've been working on this for many years. We have a deal that's been reviewed by the Finance Committee and by the EDA and is recommended for your action tonight.
Mr. Skinner?
But that's not for all the land, is it? It's a portion of that land.
The deal would be between the EDA and a local developer and would use all of the so-called back 40. So there's no other land other than what the EDA would own and the developer would trade. And we have a presentation here, 10 slides that we're prepared to show you if you wanted to see that before considering any further action.
Mr. Chair, could I then go ahead and my proposal, I wouldn't make, I withdraw the proposal I made now and let me see the other presentation by the EDA and Tom, and then I'll come back and make a motion if it seems reasonable.
Is there further discussion before we hear the other presentation?
Mr. Chair, the only thing I just want to, we've heard the presentation several times before. We've had the offer from the Civil War Trust, and I don't think it was acceptable to the board in the past. I don't really believe it's going to be much different today. So, again, as we go on, I understand we'll see the other presentation first, make a decision on one of them. Thanks.
We can proceed to the next presentation. Thank you, Jack.
Okay. I have with me, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I have with me Edwin Pardue from the EDA. The chairman was unable to be here, so Mr. Pardue has stepped in. And I have Tom Wack, local developer, who has agreed with the EDA to swap some land to make the back 40 more successful than it is in its current state. So I have a few slides to show you. The first slide here is a view to the north. The IDX building is in the middle at the lower portion of the photograph, and you see the slaughter pen farm, a large open area to the north. The property then being discussed is between the IDX building and the ponds, detention ponds, which are in the lower left part of the frame here. And the next slide will be in keeping with Mr. McLaughlin's request to state the premise up front. Don't make me go through 25 slides to figure out where you're going. So the first statement is the staff, the EDA, and the Fredericksburg Regional Alliance, now in addition to the Finance Committee, recommend investing $1.5 million to attract new investment, jobs, and revenue on the so-called Back 40, which is now owned by the EDA. The property history, not everybody knows that General Motors was not the first user there. It was Westinghouse, then a heavy equipment manufacturer from France called Poclane, then General Motors. Then in the General Motors bankruptcy, it became the Racer Federal Trust, which was quite challenging to work with and was vacant for a number of years. And then in 2017, IDX came along. So the vacancy history goes from 2010 to 2016. The property was shown to 40 or more prospects. At one point in 2016, the building was felt to be worth zero. The Racer Trust proposed to tear it down and leave the foundation, which we thought was ridiculous, and asked them please not to do. If you're going to tear it down, take everything out, the foundation, utilities, don't leave a slab that somebody has to contend with. So today, it only took 6 years and 1 heart attack to get the impossible GM plant into a productive status. The company has invested millions of dollars. They pay real estate tax. They've employed 125 plus people. The state has provided 2 grants for this purpose in consistent appreciation for the jobs and revenue that are created. IDX has been a partner with the county. They have provided this back 40, which is a misnomer. It's really more like 46 acres, as part of the incentive deal that we worked out with them. They did not need all of the land. They have expanded once already in 2018 and intend to expand again. Here is again a view looking to the north. You see the blue area, which is proposed to be swapped. You see a red line going side to side that comes from the right from Pearson Drive coming southward into the property. The remainder of the yellowed area that is not shown in blue will be retained by the EDA. So the blue part is traded and the EDA retains the yellow outline. Another view to the north, you see the red line coming in from Pearson Drive, and you see Tidewater Trail on the right. The country club is just to the lower right, and the IDX property is there, and the ponds at the back of the property. The back 40 needs industrial access. IDX needed all of the frontage. There was no way to get a road through their parking lot or around the building. They needed all of that. So thanks to Curry Roberts, who found a VDOT grant program that I knew nothing about, which we will now be able to get $650,000 of VDOT money in exchange for $150,000 match from the county. The EDA and Mr. Wack have agreed to trade the access parcel from Pearson Drive, which he controls, and is essential to getting into this property with a proper industrial road, in exchange for 10 acres of the back 40. And after much debate and consideration of various other options and why do this and why not, and what would we do if we don't have access, this deal has been brought to your attention. The Finance Committee approved the use of these funds, which have been reserved for large projects like this. The next steps would be the closings on the property, the design and construction of the road and related water and sewer and other infrastructure, which totals the 1.5. So the EDA grant, the VDOT grant is 650 plus 150. That's not all of the cost to get all the utilities and all the infrastructure work that is necessary for the back 40. Of course, marketing with the state and with the Fredericksburg Regional Alliance, I will say with some confidentiality that there already is a prospect of significant size that would be perfect to go in this location and could use the rail access, even though the rail spur in its current alignment may not stay where it is. The spur that comes to the gate can be turned inside the property to fit whatever user needs that rail service. So there's been some confusion about, are we taking out the rail spur? We're taking out some of the track that doesn't need to be where it is, but maintaining the connection up to the gate of the back 40 so that all you have to do is curve that property around as necessary. So that is a brief overview. You've heard this before and as it evolved over the last year or so. Again, we have EDA representative and Mr. Wack, the developer, who is taking quite a risk and has put up with quite a few extensions and paying for the options on property that were coming out of his pocket, hoping that we would get to you here today.
Any questions or comments from the board? Mr. Skinner.
Tom, so were we scheduled to see in closed session a proposal for the other acreage tonight? I don't remember.
I'm not
seeing-
aware of any
No.
other proposals. There could be some prospects, but they would rely on this deal to have been consummated and then can come forward because they need the road to get in and they need the water and sewer extensions and some other related work. So at this moment, if I had a prospect that was ready to sign, I wouldn't be able to do it because we don't have this set up yet.
I understand that. And I'm for what we've done and what Mr. Wack has done. I certainly support that. But then what I'm considering is if we haven't, this is one step, the first step, and then there's a second step involved, knowing that phase one has been completed, opens up the other stuff for it. So I would think that the trust, Civil War people would have the same option to present or to offer something to the EDA at this time, since there is nothing to my knowledge that has happened, and you've just stated that we have to get phase one done, which includes Mr. Wack. Is that correct?
That would be, I guess, between the EDA and the preservation group. I would point out that the VDOT is investing grant money for industrial development, not for historic preservation.
So, okay. I guess the 650. Okay, I know what you just said. Thank you.
Mr. McGlaughlin.
Sure. So just having been on the Regional Alliance for a while, one of the problems, and for those that don't know, they're really about economic growth, for the regional economic growth and bringing in outside companies, and they've been very good recently for the county. So IDX and Pevon and all those companies came in with those efforts. But one of the things that has been a problem in the region, and particularly the county, is we don't have industrial pad-ready sites available. So I think their largest is maybe 40,000 square feet. So companies bypass us because there's nowhere to go. So one of the reasons that this generated this effort was here's an opportunity potentially to get several 100,000 square feet of pad-ready industrial site that would entice future jobs in this county. So, and I think as Mr. Ramore was saying, that he has some potential prospects, and I'm sure the Regional Alliance does as well. That's why I think this is a great opportunity to use these resources to bring jobs in the county and increase our tax revenue, our tax base. Those are good things. I'm nothing against preservation, but there's a lot of land that's preserved in the county, and there's a lot in that area, and I think this is already industrial land, and I think we need to move forward with this opportunity because I think it's good for the county and our residents. Thanks.
Mr. Benton?
I don't know if it's the right time or not, but I'd go ahead and make a motion to accept this proposal between Mr. Wack and the EDA and move forward.
Motion on the floor. Is there further discussion?
Mr. Chair, excuse me, please, but the form to the motion would need to be to adopt the resolution in your packet, the resolution appropriating funds and approving property transfer and limited development of property owned by the Economic Development Authority of Spotsylvania County. And that is in your packet under tab C relating to this presentation by Tom and the EDA.
Well, my motion will be what Mr. Taylor just said.
Mr. Skinner?
What I do is, I would like a second motion. I'll put in a second motion to allow the Civil War people to go ahead and submit a proposal. Because this is just going to, I mean, I'll vote for the WAC, but I also feel if that land's open, that everybody should have a right to at least put the proposal in there, okay? So, you know, it may not come because of what you said, but I think I would like to offer them an opportunity, at least put a proposal in front of this board. And I don't think it's going to do any damage whatsoever. Specifically, we can look at that once they've submitted it. But I think they have the right to do that as citizens. So that's my motion.
Mr.
Just
Chair?
to allow the preservation people to submit with 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a proposal for the rest of that land.
Is that an amendment or?
No, that was
a separate motion.
Yes.
Separate motion.
Separate motion.
That's a different motion.
Carl?
That's correct. It would be a separate motion. I agree. The other, I would recommend for procedural reasons, part of the resolution that you're approving is to appropriate the funds to approve of the transfer of the property rights, the land swap that they're discussing. But also part of it is to approve some of the site work and also the roads. So I'd recommend, if they could, that Mr. Wack, Mr. Marora, or otherwise present a little bit on the site work that is going to be performed so that that can be obviously considered by the board and approved as part of the resolution.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Ross?
do we need a motion to have somebody submit a proposal to the EDA to buy property? We don't need a motion from this board to do so, do we? I'm asking Carl.
No, they're always welcome to, of course, approach the EDA. There's nothing that the board has to do to authorize that.
I'm not sure why we would need to vote on that.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Marshall?
Would the EDA entertain, depending upon user, the Civil War Trust being able to come to put a trail system in and put signage in, if feasible? I understand some users would have security issues, fencing and different things, but if we have a certain user, would it be something we could work together with them
I think
on?
that absolutely, that could be a discussion piece, that there would be working with, the landowners, what's there, the layout. That's definitely discussion we could have and see where that, but a trail through that area or something, but obviously open to discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Skinner?
Okay, so if we don't need the motion, I'll withdraw my motion, but I will ask this, is that this EDA will at least give a fair time to the Civil War Trust before and make no decisions as far as the other possibilities that are out there, Tom, and let them submit one along with the other people, and then you review it and recommendation. It's not a motion, it's just a courtesy that the ADA could present. All right?
Mr. Skinner, I would also add that as part of the resolution, it recognizes that the EDA has contractually agreed to come to the county before, the rest of that property is developed. So the county will have a say as to how that, property does get developed. I just wanted to offer that as well.
And I understand. I mean, this isn't going to happen overnight either. So to give them 2 weeks or do an appraisal, something of that nature, give them the right to go on and take a look at it. That's what we're asking for. No motion, just courtesy. All right? That's all. Okay.
Is there anything you can present as far as the work on the ground that we're authorizing, as Carl mentioned?
I did not bring a breakdown of the detail, how many feet of pipe and how many square yards of dirt and whatever. Mr. Wack can give a verbal summary of the general categories. I wouldn't advise going line by line for every single element, but he could give a summary of the big categories if that would be okay. Can you do that, Tom?
Yes, I can. So the first thing would be some soft costs, engineering costs for designing the road, as well as some additional due diligence studies for the property that VDOT is going to require. The basic project is extending a 1,700-foot road starting at Pearson Drive and going through essentially the center of the property. And then extending water lines from Pearson Drive and connecting over into the IDX property. That would then have stubs into the different parcels that you would be created in the future. Have a sanitary sewer that would tie into a 24-inch main over on the IDX property that would extend through the property up to the most northwestern part. Some pond upgrades. The existing ponds have to be studied. They were created before the Chesapeake Bay Act was enacted. So capacity has to be investigated, and as well as improvements for water quality. Additionally, there's a pump station that pumps all the stormwater off the site right now into a swale that goes along the country club into the Rappahannock River. And so there's some work that has to be done there. There's some overlap grading for about 40% of the site to get it pad ready. And there is some money budgeted as well for some things that VDOT won't pay for within their industrial access grant program, such as lighting, landscaping, site sign. We got to fence the pond. There's lots of miscellaneous things like that that would be included as well.
And I might point out that a detailed breakdown was given to the Finance Committee and is available with the precise numbers for each line item. I just didn't bring that here expecting to go through it with you.
Now, keep in mind also that this is a budget, right? This is not an estimate or a proposal. Those numbers can't be generated until the detailed plans are produced and hard bid.
That addresses my recommendation.
All right, is there any other, Mr. McLaughlin?
So just a quick one here. I want to make sure that I would hate for the Civil War Trust to go out and spend thousands of dollars on a potential appraisal on this property if the EDA is not going to support that effort. I don't know if there's enough support on the board to go with the Civil War Trust at that point. So, I would rather have an up and down vote on this because I don't want them to waste money. I know their resources are limited. I was under the impression that we were moving down this road to create jobs for these industrial jobs to increase our tax base. And I understand the whole Civil War thing, but it doesn't create jobs, and it's going to go to zero tax revenue for that property. And I don't think it's the best use for that property. So the motion, I think Mr. Skinner withdrew his motion, but the motion was to approve this project as stated. So I guess, are we going to entertain an offer from the Civil War Trust? I guess I'm asking them, maybe I'm polling the board, because I don't want them to waste money.
Mr. Yakubowski?
Well, I can answer that, Mr. McLaughlin, if you're looking for my vote. I think that a lot of time and effort has been put into this, and we have preserved plenty of land in the county, and I've been part of a lot of that, but I just don't feel that this is the appropriate spot that we need to preserve. It is industrial, behind industrial, with potential for more industrial. And so I think that I also wouldn't want them to be under the impression that, that is something that, it has to start with the EDA, of course, and then come to us for a final approval. But me personally, I wouldn't support that because I think that the potential for jobs is what we had all hoped for with this land.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ross?
Yeah, I concur with that, just for the record, so I don't want to mislead the Civil War Trust either. I just can't support it in that area.
Anyone else? Mr. Benton?
Well, I'm going to have a motion on the floor for as is per state, Mr. Taylor, because I can't ramble through all that and get it right. And that way Amy can copy directly from this, from our paperwork. But I'd move the motion to do it as is, let them move forward with this project as stated in the resolution. There we go. Magic words, resolution.
I don't want to close out the possibility of the Civil War Trust talking to the EDA. I would, as Mr. McLaughlin said, I wouldn't advise spending thousands of dollars because I think we're more likely talking about a trail as opposed to the bulk of the property. Well, that's just my point of view.
And as I mentioned to Mr. Marshall, it's absolutely a conversation we can have depending on, property owners and that type of thing. That's a discussion we will have.
The motion on the floor is for Mr. Benton. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Jakubowski?
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Aye.
Mr. Ross?
Aye.
Mr. Benton?
Aye.
Mr. Marshall?
Aye.
Mr. Skinner?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to the school division's presentation of their FY 2020 budget.
As they're making their way up, just wanted to mention that they originally were scheduled to go on the 26th, but we are trying to clear everything except solar from that meeting, so they agreed to move up by 2 weeks, giving them 2 weeks less to prepare. So I just wanted to express the board's gratitude for agreeing to change the date of your presentation.
Dr. Trampy, I want to thank you for giving us an opportunity to come and present the 2020 school board budget. I want to thank each and every one of the gentlemen that are sitting to your left and right for your attention to the school board's presentation of this year's fiscal year 2020 budget, which you will find that it totals $350.3 million. This budget is in alignment with our division-wide strategic plan, and it outlines the requested resources and support to prepare students for their future. Also, I would like to take this time to thank you all for your past support and your support in assisting us in educating the citizens of Spotsylvania County, and truly together in partnership we can make Spotsylvania County an exceptional place to learn and to work. This evening, myself and Dr. Meyer will present to you the goals for the fiscal year 2020 budget, accomplishments, cost savings, challenges, and budget investments and expected outcomes. So let's begin with our budget goals and priorities. I think it's important that we first, once again, restate what our mission is. I remember when I was in the Army, everything centered around our mission, and we extrapolated mission essential tasks as a result of that. And you'll find that with the school division, we've done the same thing. It's the mission of every staff member in Spotsylvania County Schools, including our business partners and school communities, to work together as we prepare our students for the future. It is a daily task that we all take to heart. enriching the lives of our students one day at a time. As a leading school division, our vision is to inspire and empower our students to be their very best, and we play a critical role in this process. So this evening, we will be presenting the resource requirements that allow us to aid our students in being successful. I want to say before we move on to the next slide, the vision is extremely critical. A lot of times we tend to be myopic when we discuss vision, and we need to be have the capacity to look down the road and make adjustments down the road so that we're in a position of being proactive instead of reactive. When looking at division-wide strategic plan, our 8 core values and beliefs are listed on the slide there before you. While our current 5-year strategic plan is currently under revision, it has served the division well since 2014. In fact, everything that we do in Spotsylvania County Schools is predicated off of this strategic plan. Therefore, by and large, I imagine that we will continue to stay consistent with these major goals in our plan. The first goal is teaching and learning. Teaching and learning is everything, and our desire is to prepare our students to be college and career ready. Our second goal is community engagement and partnership. Family and students and staff and the entire community actively engaged to seek resources to develop opportunities to meet our future educational challenges and workforce needs. And finally, our third goal is organizational climate and school safety. That's become a very important issue over the past couple years, and we want to ensure that our not only our students but our employees have a safe place to work and learn. As we just shared with you our strategic plan goals, you will see here in a 2020 budget, goals and priorities are in alignment with our strategic plan. These budget goals are student-centered and critical to our division. However, a multitude of factors and financing is required to accomplish these goals. The first goal that we have to perform is attracting and retaining and investing high-quality teachers and staff, and we'll go into that later on in the presentation in greater detail. Also, increasing student learning and achievement, and supporting safe and engaging and equitable learning environments. As you all are aware, Spotsylvania County Schools is a very large school division. We are 12th of 132 in the Commonwealth of Virginia. As you can see, the school division is responsible for funding 29 schools and 2 centers. In Spotsylvania, we have a very large geographical area in which we serve. Thus, student transportation requires additional resources. Spotsylvania County Schools travels 5.3 million miles per school year. We know the importance of every dollar that goes into public education, and it is our goal to continue to maximize our resources to increase student learning and achievement. I'm honored to highlight this evening our staff and some of the, as we have some of the best staff in the county and in fact, anywhere in the state. We spark a love of learning in our students by being difference makers. We are equalizers in for learning in the lives of our children through individual and collective commitment and a profound work of our teachers and leaders and staff. Our staff makes a difference every single day. I shared at our last board meeting the impact of our faculty and staff on our students that are matriculating through Spotsylvania County Schools. And I've been in a position now where I have been a coach for well over 10 years in Spotsylvania County, and I've had several of those young men come back to me, obviously very mature young adults now, come back and thank us for the investment we made in them. They thanked us because we took the time to instill in them not only the foundations of a good, high-quality education, but they were equally honored that Spotsylvania County faculty and teachers invested in them personally in a way that they would become better men and better citizens. Our school division's overall enrollment is not increasing, but the intensity of our student needs are increasing. Let's see how the composition of our students have changed. Now, if you look at this graph here, you'll find that since 2009, our Hispanic population has more than doubled. On this particular side here, you'll see that our economically challenged and disadvantaged students have increased significantly. Economically disadvantaged students are either eligible for free and reduced lunch, receive temporary aid for needy families, or is eligible for Medicaid and is identified as experiencing homelessness. And so in our county, we have a significant increase in that particular category. But what's not shown in the special education department, it appears that the percentage of our needs are going down slightly, but it does not reflect the increased needs that we have for an increasingly large autism population. Currently, we have 441 students identified with autism spectrum disorder. 222 are served through the resource model, and 219 are served through self-contained model. The category of other health impaired has significantly changed from 2017 to 2018. The increase may be affected by the following: interfering behaviors, autism spectrum disorders, and other sensory impairments. Based on feedback from the community, greater resources are needed for our student learners as this population continues to grow. And I just want to add, it's not just an increase in our Hispanic population, but we have language learners from a variety of different geographical locations throughout the world. Pakistan, from Europe, from a variety of different places that English language learners require additional support.
Good evening, and thanks for this opportunity to present our budget request. I'd like to review, what are the accomplishments, because we're always looking, are we getting the biggest bang for our buck? And so let's see. Over the last 4 years, you can note that our accreditation status has changed from 11 elementary to 17 elementary, 4 middle to 7 middle, and from 4 high school to 5, 100% full accreditation. And that is something to be very proud of, because it took a considerable amount of effort on our staff in order to accomplish this goal. On-time graduation rates since 2012 through 2018 have increased almost 5%. And again, this is on our staff making this happen with our students. Division-wide accomplishments. The National Association of Music Merchants has given Best Communities for music education 2 years in a row. 100% of our high schools have the graduation completion index of 85 points for the state. Our advanced diploma studies, 54.3%, and our career and technical education completers, 889. We're looking, and that data is on the completion for our technical education is actually 2 years old. We'll get the latest figure at the end of this month. Interesting to note that with the emphasis on the Virginia profile of a graduate, our students are having pathways for career and college readiness, and we are going to need more resources as we are continuing to expand within the 16 areas of the career and technical pathways. We have achieved National Blue Ribbon status, Chancellor Elementary School, something to be very proud of, and the Virginia Department of Ed Excellence Award, Chancellor Elementary School. Both Massaponax and Spotsylvania High School have the Blue Ribbon School honor for their music department programs, and the WISE Blue Star School Recognition designation for Riverbend High School. That you may ask, well, what is WISE? It works with Working in Support of Education, 80% passing rate for the Financial Literacy Certification Test, an achievement by Riverbend High School. Also, for the Department of Ed Distinguished Achievement Award, Riverbend High School. And also we have our students in our Fredericksburg Regional Spelling Bee with Samantha Ho and Daniel Fordham, 2 years in a row. And there's another all-state band and chorus from Massaponax High, and Spotsylvania High School has the Youth of Virginia Speak Out About Traffic Safety Award. In athletics, Cortland High School state runner-up on the girls' soccer. Massaponax High, the Virginia High School League Wells Fargo Academic Cup. Massaponax, again, the state champion one-act play and forensics. State champion baseball, Spotsylvania High School. Way to go, Knights, because that's a first. 6-time state champion in field hockey, Chancellor High School. In our staff, looking at staff achievements, the Division Teacher of the Year, Michelle Saunders for Battlefield Middle School. The Virginia Business Education Association Al Rohn Middle School Business Teacher of the Year to Patricia Dye, Nye River Middle School. Our Virginia Association for Marketing Educator Teacher of the Year, Ellen Saunders, Massaponax High. University of Mary Washington CE Outstanding Economic Educator of the Year, Melinda Hogan. And James Madison University's Dr. Alice Hamill Inclusion in Music Education Award to Corey Koch. These are some of the accomplishments of our staff. In terms of grants and community support, the grant funding received is almost about a little over $900,000 in grant funds received. We started that program several years ago and have a person dedicated to that. And there are 480 businesses and organizations involved in the Partners in Education. Those grants do not include Title I, Title II, or federal Perkins monies. We've had considerable investment in our entranceways to improve safety and security, and we wanted to share a few pictures of the before and after. And these are projects coming from our capital improvement plan. You have Berkeley Elementary, Thornburg Middle, and Chancellor High. By the way, Chancellor Elementary School is now into its phase 1, which should be completed now, and relocation of their office staff for new spaces. And there's also a program going on at Smith Station Elementary, also with our capital improvements plan. I want to note here that outside of the school budget, but very important for students, staff, and the community, has been the joint effort with the Sheriff's Office for that this year, all of our elementary schools will have SROs. We had 2 in the past and have had continue with the ones at Brock Road and Cortland Elementary. The Sheriff's Office repurposed 4 DARE officers, so now we have all of our elementary schools with SROs. Thanks for your funding and support. Mr. Breslin.
I want to continue in a discussion about our CIP. I believe that Mr. Trampy and Mr. Skinner went with me for a tour of Cortland High School, and I believe Mr. Ross also had an opportunity to receive a tour of Cortland High School. And what you saw was something that was transformative in the environment in which our students live and learn at Cortland High School. I had the distinct honor of being able to cut the ribbon for the extension for the foreign languages department, and everything is going according to plan, and the environment is just first rate. So if you haven't had an opportunity to come by Cortland High School and see the good work that's being done there, not only in terms of the aesthetics, but in terms of increasing capacity so that we would be able to receive additional students and provide a learning environment that is indicative of what should be a learning environment for every student in Spotsylvania County. I invite you to come by and take a look. Cost savings, this time of year, it's always implied in some ways that the school division is always asking for money, but the question is asked to either silently or outwardly, are we doing our part to save cost and to do our very best to be good stewards of the money that you have charged us with? What you can see here on this particular slide, over the past 10 years, this school division has made a myriad of different efforts to cut or eliminate spending in order to meet our ever-shrinking funding sources. However, we've come to a point where we must reassess our priorities and evaluate if the cuts we have made can continue to be sustained. As we see economic improvements at the state and local level, we must ask, what do we need to do to reinvest in those resources here in our schools? Thriving and quality schools bring value to a community in so many different ways. Here are some highlights to our cost-saving measures. We eliminated 3 hours of cafe monitors, eliminated 308 positions since 2009, 3 furlough days for directors and above in fiscal year 2011. Back in 2009, we'd reduced stipends by 20%, and even though we've restored those stipends, we're still a decade behind, or our coaches are still a decade behind their peers in other counties. Superintendent's streamlining and restructuring plan at the central office will address that a little later. We engaged in early retirement incentive programs, lowered employer retiree health benefit premium contributions, and we're going to address that a little later in this presentation. Established an OPEB trust fund, $2 million OPEB interest earnings since inception, and OPEB funding policy.
Just want to add something as Mr. Braswell was speaking there on the OPEB. The school board last night approved a policy whereby from carryover, if the carryover is up to $1 million, 5% would be set aside to be deposited with this trust fund. If it's between 1 and 2 million, it'd be 10%. 2 to 3 million would be 15%. If it's above 3 million carryover, 20%. So we're continuing to invest in that trust fund, which, you know, as was mentioned, it's already earned $2 million in interest earnings since its inception. Other steps have been taken, you know, to reduce this funding liability, because back in 2007, where it used to be with 5 years consecutive service, an employee would have health insurance at retirement, that was increased to 15 years. And then as we've made changes in our health insurance plan in 2013, and included in this budget is another step in that direction, which is dealing with the health savings account and high deductible account. So we are taking steps to reduce our costs down the road.
Thank you, Dr. Meyer. If we continue, we want to take a look at where Spotsylvania stands in terms of administrative staffing compared to other neighboring districts. And you can find that, as we mentioned earlier, Spotsylvania is the 12th largest school division of 132 in the state of Virginia. Right now, we rank 127th of 132 school divisions in terms of staffing ratios in comparison to our neighbors. When we look at principals and assistant principal staffing ratios of the 132 counties in the state of Virginia, we rank 130th of 132. This is extremely important in that our students require supervision, our staff needs supervision, and we've been operating for a very long time in our bone. We're getting cut to the bone, and we can't be cut in those areas anymore. This particular slide is very near and dear to my heart. A lot of times we talked about a myopic approach, and one of the things that we decided to tackle as a board several years ago, a major budget driver, was health insurance. And yes, the way we went about it caused quite a bit of rankle with some of our employees. But we recognized that we needed to do our part as well. And so you can see in 2018, we went about tackling the major budget driver, not only in our budget, but I'm sure you would recognize it's a major budget driver in your budget, which was health insurance. We started off by renegotiating prescription drug costs, and we unbundled the medical and dental coverage and required or had it as though for employees to pay a bit more. As you can tell, we made that recommendation, or you can imagine that when we made that recommendation, a lot of our employees did not receive it very well. But the school division leaned forward because it was something that was important to do, not just for the short run, but also for the long run. In 2019, we eliminated the Key Care 200 plan, which was an expensive PPO plan. We maintained Key Care Expanded and Key Care 500 plans with higher employee contributions. We added an employee and spouse tier. We increased co-pays for both plans, and there was a lot of people that said, well, you know, the health insurance costs went up when you did that, but what we did was we manipulated the co-insurance costs, which actually reduced the premium outlay. We modified prescription drug card options and implemented an essential formulary as recommended by Anthem. In 2020, we're really excited that something that I've been talking about for quite a while, we are going to be able to implement and introduce a health savings account and a high deductible health plan. This is going to be very attractive to a lot of our younger employees, where they would be able to take advantage of not only the lower premiums, but have the ability to have control over the premiums that they put in this contract. Because the thing about a health savings account is that when you leave your employer or you retire, if there's money in the health savings account, it belongs to you. And so we're going to incentivize this in such a way that we can get more of our employees to take full advantage of it. We consider this a great leap forward in our attempts to control that particular budget driver. And then we also want to mention that we're not, this year, not going to have employees pay any increase on their health insurance rates. We'll back that up one more time. Now, over the past 3 years, as a result of this, over the result of these initiatives, the school division saved $4.3 million. And unlike what some folks would cause our community to believe, that's not chicken feed. That's real money. And it comes out to about 1.4 a year. I applaud our school division, our staff, for leaning forward and taking these aggressive initiatives to contain costs.
Kind of passing the baton and shifting now into our budget and requests. There are a lot of challenges, as we've highlighted this evening, with our changing student population and staff needs to address the different student populations. This chart shows the impact with safety, accountability, mental health, the SOQ staffing mandates, instructional needs of the students, health insurance and VRS, the profile of a Virginia graduate, support services for students, teacher shortage, competitive salaries, and aging facilities. All these weigh on our funding. And when we look at the federal, state, and funding, federal, state, and local, it's hard to come to meet all those needs. At the federal level, several weeks ago, I participated in a visit, and I wasn't here when the superintendent presented because I was part of 20 other school board members as a delegation met with our federal legislators, Senator Kane, Senator Warner, and our House with Congresswoman Spanberger and Congressman Whitman to take a look and address through the National School Board Association funding, federal funding. Why do I say that? Because used to be PL Public Law 94-142 is now IDEA. When it was passed in 1975, it anticipated 40% funding for special education needs. 40%. The last authorization of IDEA was in 2004. That's 15 years ago. Things have changed a lot in 15 years. We've seen changes at the local level, but the funding hasn't changed. It's still 10%. I took a spreadsheet which showed our funding that we're receiving. It's still 10%. And there definitely has to be a change. And we're not asking that they change it all at once, but incrementally, because if the federal picks up their fair share of what was promised back in 1975, then it would help the locality because that would offset the burdens that's being placed on the locality because the locality is having to pick up the needs for special education. And that's one of the major drivers that we're seeing. So that was one area. The other is the state. Now, we are seeing a significant increase in state funding, but we have to keep in mind when the state has funding, there is a local match that's anticipated, and that impacts the locality. And that's part of what's making up the amount of the gap that we're going to be asking to address this evening. One thing we also want to keep in mind that as we take a look at the funding, 80% of our staff are Spotsylvania County residents. 80%. The majority, by far the grand majority. So what are the investments? And I'm going to pass the baton for Mr. Braswell.
As you can see, these are a summation of the budget priorities and the impact on the budget for the 2020 proposed budget. First and foremost, there's a 5% pay raise for all employees, and this particular point has been addressed, and as we all are aware, several of our counties that are surrounding us have also proposed a 5% increase in pay for all of their employees. We are finding that, especially when it comes to teachers, they are a scarce commodity. The teacher shortage that we have is a very real thing. And we have to ensure that we still maintain a competitive position so we can attract the best and brightest here at Spotsylvania County. The cost of not doing that on the back end is significantly higher than leaning forward and addressing the concern that we have. So we're proposing a 5% pay raise. You can see the cost there. We are implementing the second of the third year for the Evergreen study. Increasing academic and athletic stipends. Again, as I mentioned, a lot of those coaches, and whether they were academic or athletic, endured a 20% cut back in 2009 during the recession. Last year, we finally got them back to par where they were in 2009. So we're still a decade behind as it pertains to our coaches and whether they be academic or athletic coaches. Well, a $10 a day substitute rate increase. We are still, as a county, a little bit behind our peers in terms of substitute rates, and we are always challenged to ensure that we keep a good pool of substitutes, increasing custodial hourly rate, as you can see, and the teacher hourly rate. Other compensation investments include cafeteria monitor. There's been a lot of discussion about high school band transportation supplements. I had a conversation with one of our band instructors at Massaponax High School, and he mentioned that that the transportation needs for the band is very very high. In fact, most of the students have to pay an additional $425, not a year, but per season. So if they're in the marching band in the fall with football, they pay $425. If they participate in the spring, it's another $425. So it's a very heavy burden on our band students. And then there's some other compensation investments that you see that we are highlighting there.
I'd like to take a look at our human resources investments. To operate a school division and address the student needs, as we've outlined, is going to require considerable investment in staffing. Part of what we heard this evening in public comment was that these positions aren't in the classroom. Well, I would beg to differ when we're taking a look at where these positions are. They definitely work with the students in the classroom and support what we have laid out as our goals for this budget and our long-range 6-year plan. 24 classroom teachers and 18 special education teachers, 14 social workers, and 14 school counselors. By the way, all the detail that's behind each of these positions and where they would be assigned and everything is going to be in your budget book, around pages 59, 60, 61, 62 in that frame. If I give you my page numbers, I worked off of a draft. The table of contents changed, so I don't want to give you misinformation. But the details for the rationale behind each of these positions is in the budget book, which you will receive this evening. Our special education paraeducators, our elementary paraeducators, English language learners, our lead content coaches, administrative interns, and middle school safety and security officers. All are addressing the needs that we've outlined through the goals of this budget. Just one point that in our crisis and threat assessments conducted last year for FY18, there were 200 at the elementary level, 180 at the middle school, and 210 at the high school. That's a 590 threat assessments. So safety and security is a very, very high priority in this budget. Additionally, a supervisor for student discipline, an IT technology engineer, a coordinator safety and security, a special education bus routing analyst, IT technology technician, special education bus drivers. There are 5-hour contract positions. And our middle school head custodian, transportation communications specialist, an IT program for finance, and high school clinical assistant floater, and 11 additional division support staffing investment, total of 11. All of these support the day-to-day operations of our schools. And it's because the enormity of our program and our operation requires this additional investment. And you may think, why would you need an IT engineer for GPS? Because we are implementing or instituted GPS on 380 buses. And those 80 buses to improve the safety as it occurs on those buses because it's immediate contact with what's happening.
When we take a look at the non-comp investments, you see again there in instruction we have band uniforms. That same marching band instructor I spoke about earlier mention that at Massaponax High School, for the very first time since the school has been open, that the students have had new uniforms. And there is quite a bit of maintenance that goes into just maintaining uniforms well over 18 years. So we see so band uniforms. We also see the band transportation. We see some other non-comp investments. And when we look at the next slide, we'll find that since 2009 in the recession spending, our non-comp request still doesn't even exceed that number. So we have a significant ways to go in terms of non-comp.
Within the CIP, as part of this budget for this upcoming year, 2020, we're asking for $28.9 million. That's divided up into three major areas. Under the transportation of $3.9 million, that is to replace 32 regular buses and 2 passenger regular bus, add on 2 passenger buses and 2 special ed buses. Under technology, $3.1 million for replacement computers, network switches, data domains, and safety security updates. Maintenance, which comprises the most of the funding, is $21.7 million, are for projects. Part of it is LED lighting, but also is repairs, which impacts 11 elementary schools, 5 middle schools, and all of our high schools, including our maintenance complex. One other thing to note on the CIP is that we are going to need to be looking at another bond referendum, and we're going to need to look at it next year, because we have $16 million available under current authority for the $38 million that's in the FY22 CIP budget, but we cannot address that. And one of the major projects coming up for FY22 is renovation work at Spotsy Middle. That is our largest middle school and our oldest, and it's going to require a considerable amount of work and effort. Our budget by category, if you look at it, without the CIP, 66% is part of instruction, and the rest is under debt service of 8.6%, food service 3.5%, maintenance 7%, transportation 7%, admin 3.6%. Under the revenues, you can see that the state funding is 48.6%. Charted under the revenues is the gap, which is 3.8%, and the local share at 39%, right at 40%. If you were to add the percent of the gap and the percent of the local, it would come to 43.47. That would be 3.1, almost 3.2% below the state. Remember, I talked about with state funding, they also have the composite index, which is that you have a match, and if we had the gap funded, then we would be just 3% below state. Under the budget revenues, you can see where we have our food service fund balance, which is operating well. We're using some of that to fund those cafeteria monitors. The state's at 47, the local's at 40, rounding, but the majority of the state money is 7.6 million that's coming in from the state. The local is showing, compared to what we know so far, is that 1.1 million reduction. We'll see that in the next chart. The federal is an increase of 952 million and other 519, but the gap is at 12.35. When you look at the local transfer, which when the board budget was adopted was 128.492 million, but that was reduced because of the one-time money of 250,000, plus when we received the final budget came in, there was 860-some thousand that came from the state, but when that state money came in, the local portion, the local funding was dropped. So that reduced then the local transfer. So our current baseline local transfer is 127.37. So our revenues are 309 million. Our expenditures is 321 million. We're 12.3 difference. And that brings us to, why we need to close the gap. We're trying to present to you why we have the gap and why we're trying to address the gap. Because when we asked the superintendent to present his budget with the needs, not an imaginary line, give us the true needs so we can see. And that's what we're presenting to you, or the true needs and the gap that we have to close that needs, which would then bring the local share up just within 3 percentage points of the state funding. There were things that were not considered or that did not make it through the budget to the budget level, and I'll ask Mr. Braswell to address that.
You can see there's a list of FTEs that were not included. These were considered concerns, but fell below our priorities, and we felt that they would be difficult to implement financially. So we wanted to show you a list of other FTEs that were not placed in this budget. Next steps. We have on March the 12th a joint work session here with you all, and then you can see the rest of the dates. The 26th will be the your budget hearing at Massaponax High School. And with that being said, that concludes our briefing at this time.
Are there questions and comments from the board? Mr. McLaughlin.
It's a couple of quick ones here because there's some significant changes from last year. So last year we went through the budget, and school board and superintendent's budget requested like a 3-year plan. From understanding, it was 60 new hires, then 30 would have been 30 in 2019, and then 30 additional in 2020 or 2021. And so that was, I thought, the plan the school board put together, and for the most part, the budget was funded, and you were driving down that trail. So all of a sudden, this new budget has 150 or 145 new employees. That's, 119 more than less than a year ago. So why such a drastic change? Why did the plan change from your 3-year plan last year or less than a year ago to 150 now?
We were using a different set of assumptions. We were making assumptions, as we had been for previous years, of a recession environment. And what we decided that we needed to do was show the true needs of the division. And so we made it, the board made it a tasking to the superintendent to show the true needs of this division and where we're trying to go in the future without the constraints of past assumptions of the recession environment that we were operating. You want to?
So with last year, where you're going to extend it out over several years, why didn't we do the same thing here? If 149 is true need, well, actually, it's not the true need based on your last slide, or so. Why didn't you ask for these over several years, Vice, all at one time?
Because I think we really wanted to represent what are the true needs. These students need these services. And as we showed, the differences in our special ed population, our English learner population, our ECD population, all those require services. Then you have from the state the emphasis on the 5% in funding, which has a local kind of a match tied to that. You also have from the state the emphasis, because as we've seen last year, the emphasis on safety and security and addressing mental health issues, addressing the threat assessments. It came about that even at the state level, they are saying that we really should be funding our guidance at 1 for 250 or 1 for 300. It varies from elementary, middle to high. But our guidance levels, or our staffing at guidance, is much in need of greater effort, and the state is supposed to be funding that, which has a local match attached to it. So I guess what I'm saying is there has been a heightened awareness of what are the needs in order to be competitive to address teacher shortages. So you have the 5% to be competitive with other divisions. With the student population change within, not adding additional students, but within the groups, those needs, your safety and security issues, dealing with guidance, and even guidance and social workers, those two are tied by tied. I didn't go through the analysis, but it's in your budget book around the 57, 59. So that information is there to answer that question. So we asked the superintendent, let's see what the whole thing is so that we can, that's the only way we can present it. Because I do remember last year, part of the discussion when we did present and we came up with 860,000 came from the state, well, that wasn't in your budget. Well, that tells me that we need to be presenting what are our true needs, what do we need to address the needs of the students, and that's what we're presenting.
All right, so just to move along, so I guess I'm probably not the only one who was a little shocked to see that many additional positions added to the budget over what the request was last year. So how many shortages do we have? How many teacher shortages are there right now, vacancies in the department?
Just in terms of regular general ed teachers and special ed teachers, I think that we had, for a long time, we sat about 10, 11, 12, but then with some additional departures, I think we're probably 16.
Right.
That
So,
are long-term.
again, I know we talk about this all the time about teacher shortages and all that, and that's much lower percentage of, 16 out of 1,600 is a very small percentage, or as far as attrition, it's not very high. If you look at the sheriff's department or the fire department, they have significantly higher percentages of trying to retain those folks as well. So the other question before, turn it over to the others is that, so there was some talk, there was an article in the paper a couple months ago talking about magnet schools or various things like that. And I understand that is happening, not happening. There's some kind of a specialty education centers or something, or what is going on? Can we get a brief on that? Because I guess the question I want to know is that there was no public hearings or public meetings. I'm a parent, and I found out through the newspaper, and I talked to Mr. Braswell, but I don't know anything about these new education centers that we're establishing across the schools. Can we get some information on that?
I'll do my best to summarize. We have been developing a concept, a vision for really expanding learning opportunities for students and better engaging them in what would be more relevant as far as preparing students for career and college. And we're using the word life ready a lot more. And so what we presented recently to the school board on a couple of occasions was more of a concept. It has not been fully enacted. It has not been put in place. And so when I hear public hearing, I'm confused because we're right now just we are gauging our public in a number of different ways to see if this is something that they think would be good for students. But in terms of costing out various plans, we haven't gone into an implementation.
Okay,
form.
so there are no specialty education centers,
The only
or nothing's going on?
We've had specialty centers for many decades, beginning with the Career and Technical Center.
Right, we
So
understand that.
We have specialty programs, and so what we were looking to do, and again, this is something that I do think aligns with where the state, at least from a philosophical perspective, an educational perspective, is driving school divisions, and so many local politicians and state legislators are driving us towards more workforce readiness, credentialing, pathways that make a lot more sense for students, especially when they're in the high school, as to why they're there every day.
So I guess the concern is we see a $12 million gap or so, and again, there was, $4 to $6 million carryover as well. So I guess my concern is that since what you're telling me is we're not implementing these across the 5 different high schools.
We are, let me just, because I think that there's this implementation or not implementation. We have presented a number of different pathway directions that we are interested in going into and exploring and building out.
So, just straight cutting down to the,
I'm trying.
are we moving kids from high school to high school through the 5 high schools to do any special education centers?
We have the International Baccalaureate program that I know we presented in the past, and
Right.
that is the one program that is really open to every high school student
Right.
who
So
applies and qualifies.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear that because I heard there was a teachers academy, a STEM academy, a Massaponics, arts and...
Well, the arts, the visual and performing arts were pilot courses. I've had a study group that was looking at different school systems, not just in our state, but other states as well to see if there were ways to expand
Sure.
our visual and performing arts, because for many of our students, that's fundamental. That's a lifeline to their future. And so we were trying to see, are there other types of courses that the teachers would like to provide, and see how students
Right.
respond to them.
So other
And
than the
so-
IB, the Governor's School, and Bouquet, or the our Tech Center,
ROTC.
right? Are we busing students anywhere else for any other new academies?
The only one that we are proposing doing that is the Future Educators Academy, and that would be at Chancellor High School.
And that'll be that's in this budget.
Well, it's in this budget. We're hoping we get additional resources, but if not, we had.
So that's not funded in this budget. That's not
Well,
part of your
it
request.
could help, but if
So-
it's not funded in this budget, we believe that we could move forward.
Okay. So you're saying if it's not funded in this budget, you can still execute that program?
Yes.
Okay, but you will take students from the 5 high schools and they'll consolidate at Cortland?
If
Was it
at
Cortland?
Chancellor High School.
Chancellor.
Now, that is if we get students who want to attend from all 5 high schools.
Okay,
But
but
that's the next
has that been
step.
costed out at all?
We have provided some costs in terms of what a 0.5 FTE would be. The transportation, until we know where the students are going to come from and their schedules, we don't know yet whether we're going to offer it in an afternoon or a morning, or it's going to be an every other day. And the
So
one
would
thing
that-
that we want to, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, would that be above and beyond what's already requested in this budget?
Well, it would be within our transportation allocation that we believe we could
So
manage
there's
it.
enough funding in the transportation allocation
We
to cover
believe
any
there would
movement
be,
among
yes,
schools?
yes, sir. But if you don't want me to finish, I'll stop.
No, I'm just trying to get the straight.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that we're also looking at, depending on where the students come from, they might be able to get on part of another shuttle, because we have a number of different shuttle buses. So whenever we're able to, consolidate or streamline those, we would look to do that. But we won't know until we have the students and we know who's enrolled and where they're coming from.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else?
Go ahead. I just wanted to add something, with the profile of a graduate, where we are to be looking at career and technical education, and we have already 16 different pathways. And within those pathways, students are going to be involved in career and getting workforce ready. I'm part of a statewide task force that's looking at that and looking at how can we work with businesses, how can we remove obstacles within contract language, employee union contract language that may prohibit or at least create an impediment. So we're looking at that. And as we take a look at working with pathways for students for their career and technical education, which would then involve also community college and on to college or specialty schools. All that is trying to make sure that every student has a path for a career or is ready, has the skills so they can enter the workforce. We've emphasized an awful lot with our colleges and universities, and we've, worked with our guidance people to garner $40, $50 million worth of scholarship funds. If we were to put that much effort into all of our other students to make sure that they are workforce ready, you can imagine then that when our students graduate, we could claim that they are ready for the workforce or a career path. They've been prepared for these career paths. The Teacher Educator Academy or a specialty center is working with Germanna Community College, with Mary Washington, creating a pathway for students who are interested, who would then become our teachers. And so we're creating a workforce that's going to help us in an exact area where we have a shortage, whether it be in special ed or regular ed or even career and tech ed, all those areas, music ed, you name it. But we can help ourselves by working to produce our own group. And this would be for juniors and seniors. I couldn't imagine a more noble effort, we as educators, as school board members, promoting an opportunity for our own students to get a head start in this through community college effort. It's going to help the parents. It's a lot cheaper to go to community college than it is to pay for 2 years at a university. I mean, why wouldn't we do that? And if we can do it at minimal or nominal cost, why wouldn't we do it? That's why I'm having difficulty understanding what's the reluctance for doing this. We're helping our students in their pathways for success.
And I want to also finish up by saying I've had an opportunity to have conversations with the preponderance of you gentlemen sitting on the dais. And I more or less start off by saying that we have to do education a little differently. Not everyone is going to go to college. And to use the old paradigm to deal with a new reality makes absolutely no sense. And so if we're not having that real conversation right now in the planning phases of it, then it's malpractice, I believe, on our behalf to not address that.
Mr. Ross?
Well, again, I don't think there's a disagreement about, in this case, a teacher academy. But I think where the hesitation is what's it cost? And it sounds like it's included in this year's budget request. So we just talked about workforce ready and vote, in a way that's a VOTEC, but in this case, are you proposing that these students would attend 2 years at Mary Washington and get their teacher's certificate after that? That we're basically going to create more teachers by giving them, or will they still have to attend a 4-year college to become a teacher? I mean, I would think if we're going to pick an area, it would be something that you're not going to have to attend 4 years of college to become in the workforce, right? And if we're doing workforce programs, but starting with the teacher academy, which it sounds like is already in the budget, and it's a great idea. I'm not disputing that. But I'm wondering why we pick teachers unless we have something like, are they going to get a teaching certificate out of high school and not have to go to college? Or are they still going to have to go to college, or is it just going to be reduced college time? What's involved with that?
A little of everything.
Ms. Ross, I'm going to ask Ms. Colbert, who's our Executive Director of Human Resources, to come up and provide a little bit more information on the partnerships when you're asking specifically about how many years they would attend college. But
well, we don't need. I know we're here for a long time.
Right.
But,
I think that part of that is this gives them a head start, and in terms of the total amount of years, it certainly can expedite that.
Okay.
But I don't know that it's 2, 3, or exactly that. But this is actually a program that used to be in our school system that we are, in a sense, restoring and trying to revitalize with our partnerships. And 2 of those partnerships, one is the University of Mary Washington, and the other one is Shenandoah University.
Okay.
And so I'm going to have Ms. Colbert share a little bit, not too much, just enough on the, how does this help expedite the pathway, both in terms of cost and number of years.
Good evening. First of all, when we talk about a Future Educators Academy, we are not looking at limiting our students to solely become teachers. When you look at the field of education, we could potentially have paraeducators, which would then graduate and be eligible for work much quicker. The course is a dual enrollment course, as our superintendent referenced, with Shenandoah University. Our students would be completing the course with 4 college credits. Don't know why we wouldn't celebrate that those students could come out with that.
That's terrific. It'd be great if it was more.
Right.
Yeah.
And so we could potentially expand that. The program does offer initially a single course, but it also has a 2-course offering. But we're starting with the single course. Again, as far as the credentialing to teach, the VDOE does have some requirements in terms of meeting licensure. So the progress through a program really depends on the student. Traditionally, it would be a 4-year program, but you do have some students that may matriculate through the courses much quicker. But for a teaching certification, they need to meet the VDOE requirements. The program itself is intended to support any student that may have an interest in teaching or in field of education.
Gotcha. Thank you. With part of that, what we're going to implement next year, is there a significant curriculum, not change, but enhancement? Change. I mean, so you're adding to the curriculum. Is it significant what you're adding to the curriculum for this teacher academy?
So the curriculum that would be utilized is a state-approved curriculum. It is a curriculum that is used in many of our surrounding divisions and throughout the Commonwealth.
And
So,
would this be new that we'd be implementing next year with the teacher academy?
so the curriculum, as Dr. Baker referenced, we did have a teacher's for tomorrow program previous years.
When was
So we're-
that?
Oh, gosh, it probably is about 10 years or so ago or
Okay.
more. We will be utilizing that same curriculum from the state, as I indicated.
That we used 10 years ago?
I would imagine that it has expanded a bit based on what the best instructional practices would be, obviously.
Okay.
But as far as what was your original question regarding the
No,
curriculum?
that was, it sounds like there's a curriculum enhancement, or it's not a change because it sounds like we haven't done this in the past. But it is a new curriculum that we haven't used for 10 years, but it's similar to the one we used 10 years ago, but it's probably changed to use, improved.
Right, and the program does offer a field experience component. So when you look at the structure of the course, the students would take primarily the coursework itself in the earlier semester, and then we would embed a mentoring and field experience component with students and alongside teachers for the second semester.
So okay, thank you so much. So it sounds like we're implementing something new, and it's in the budget right now, especially if we get a lot of students that are interested, we're moving forward with that. Okay, I get head shakes from everybody.
Thank you.
And so thank you very much. So Mr. Chair, I have a question for you. Did the school board approve that curriculum yet, or is that still something in progress? It's state approved, I understand, but did our school board approve this curriculum?
We have not had a vote to approve that curriculum.
But
We
it's in
are
the
having
budget.
a work.
Yeah, okay.
We're having a workshop on the 25th of February to discuss these issues in greater detail. But did we have a vote? No, we have not had a vote.
Do you intend on having a vote on this new curriculum or the curriculum?
Well, we're trying to determine if it's even in our if we're supposed to even make a vote on that. If that's, see, there's some things that we leave to the superintendent to do because he's a superintendent and we allow him to make decisions based off his subject matter expertise in that regard, especially things of low cost. But things of greater magnitude, we would obviously have a vote on that. So I don't know, did I, yeah. and
I'll just share. I think that Mr. Ross is referring to our policy regarding new or substantive programs or increases in curriculum.
You read my mind, Dr. Baker.
Yeah. So in terms of that policy, which is non-specific in terms of what the cost, if there's a cost driver to it, but as we're looking at this course, we're also looking at an expansion of dual enrollment. So in terms of category of curriculum, the board, if they're going to approve every single course that is a part of a category, then we're going to need a lot of meetings, and we're probably going to need to provide greater clarity in terms of that regulation. But they certainly could decide that it's new enough from a implementation standpoint that they could do it in that way. We moved forward with the understanding that unlike many of the substantive, and that usually means that there's a major materials adoption in terms of new curriculum that also has a significant cost. And so based on our previous experience, that's normally what has come to the school board previously. But if the school board would like to say this does not go forward without a formal vote, they could determine that the policy says that. We didn't read the policy that way in terms of bringing it for a formal approval because it was an existing curriculum and one that we'd used in the past and that is a part of the dual enrollment.
Oh, and Dr. Baker, we're talking about a instructional issue. I never believed that this budget hearing would be dominated by a teachers academy.
Well, I
guess
Mr.
maybe,
Chair, the reason
maybe
I'm asking the question is
missing,
because it's costing money. The cost seems to be unknown. It was just said we don't know what the cost
We're
from
assuming
Shenandoah are
half
yet.
a FTE.
Well, it's more than just that, right? I mean, or is it? Is that all it is?
There's still
Is
some
a half
things to be
FTE?
determined. There's some things to be determined, and we also stated that we are having a workshop to have get some more definitive information on it, and we'll address that at that particular time.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be adversarial, but the reason that we're talking about this is just because it's already in the budget and there's a $12 million gap. So I'd like to know more about it, and I would think you'd want to explain more about it, especially when we have a gap. And that's why we're talking about it. I hope that's clear.
Yeah, that's clear, and that's why we're going to have a meeting
you.
to continue to address that.
Sure, and just for the public, it is school board policy that the administration shall continuously access and improve the existing curriculum. Adoption of the new curriculum or substantive changes of curriculum require approval of the board. That's the school board. I was at a library board of trustees meeting last night, and we had our audits, right? And this policy that is in here for the school board was last looked at or reviewed well, it was set in February 13th, 1995, and revised 2007, and then it looks like it was reviewed in 2013 and 2017. But the auditor for the library talked to us about policy as being on the library board, and that it's easier for an auditor if that library board goes through their policy, at least on an annual basis, and looks at it. And we found out that there were some policy issues with the Central Rappahannock Regional Library that we probably should look at again, because I've been on that board almost 2 years and not really familiar with those policies. And I would encourage, especially when it might impact costs, and if it's just a half TE, I agree. But if it's a new curriculum, it's an expanded curriculum, it's something that hasn't been used for 10 years, but similar with a different college than we've used before, I think the safest thing to do to be in your own policy is to have a vote on it. And see, so that you guys can ask those hard questions if they need to be asked and get answers back on them. It just makes good sense. It's good from an auditing background. I mean, I just got told from the auditor of the library system that last night, and that's why I'm bringing it up.
Yes, sir. And as we stated last night in our meeting, we're having a workshop on the 25th of February, and we're going to. That's one of the items that are going to be on the. For us to address.
Well, it's good. It does.
And then when we have the joint session, we'll be able to give you more definitive answers as to the cause.
Okay,
right.
That's great. It does seem a little bit like the carts before the horse, but maybe that's just the way I'm reading the tea leaves on that one. Sorry, does somebody have a question?
Well, no, there's no other questions. Go
Okay. I do have one more thing, and it's about the CIP. It's about the student population projections. I come from a background, ops research / human resources, and so when I read about the increases in the CIP of student enrollment of 1,066 over the next 3 years, and the way it was brought up in the actual CIP, I kind of took a step back. It kind of surprised me that, and again, I know I'm going to sound like the mean guy, but academically it didn't come across very well. And it was basically how it's reported in the school's CIP is when traveling around Spotsylvania County, one cannot help but notice the tremendous amount of residential construction that is occurring. This growth seems to have accelerated in the last 12 months, and with it comes a proportional increase in the demand for core services, police, fire, school, and education. And then it does say, despite the fact that there were actually 140 fewer students enrolled in the school division on October 1st, 2018, in the preceding school year at that time, we are anticipating serving an additional 1,066 students. Plus, I just have to ask the question, the school's not using the fact that when somebody's driving around, they see an apartment go up as a reason to forecast 1,066 increase, is it?
No.
Okay, good. I mean, I would hope that we can clarify these in the future, not pull on people's emotion, but actually say the backing, why we think it's going to be that big of an increase in the next 3 years, instead of just saying, hey, we saw some apartments go up. I mean, does that seem reasonable?
If you phrase it that way, obviously not.
Sure.
But as we do look right around Spotsylvania County, we do see increased build out in subdivisions, but that's not the basis for that number.
When you guys come back for that working session, I would like to know the basis, only because I used to specialize in that area a long time ago, forecasting human behavior and different kinds of things like that. Along those same lines, it is mentioned that the birth rates between 2009 and 2013 were down significantly from a 2008 peak, and that seems to be part of the calculation that's used. And then, I mean, I've read in the paper that they've continued to go down since 2013 to an all-time low last year in 2018. So again, that's not in here, but and those students that are, the birth rates of 2013 are now 5, they're in the school system now. And so I'm wondering, even though we've had less birth rates, they've gone down since 2013 to 2018, again, why that, I would just like to have that and see if that was included in that projection of 1,066 additional students in the next 3 years, the decrease from 2013 to 2018 of birth rates.
Okay.
Okay. I think that's all I've got for now.
Mr. Benton?
Well, I guess I'm a little frustrated, like Mr. McLaughlin, compared to last year's budget. You know, to me, as a board and the superintendent, you know, if you're not putting in your true needs every year, then I don't understand that. I don't understand that, to be nice. I don't. Your true needs should be in there every year. You know, and last year we're given these numbers, and you know, you had a 3-year plan on this stuff, and I figured we were en route to on a course to actually be successful and get it where the schools were at the levels where they needed to be. And yet now this year it's, well, we need even more, and you know, it's just frustrating when you know, 1 year's one thing, next year it's actually totally changed. Last year wasn't the true needs. I'm assuming it's just to get by, and now this year it's true needs. You know, we have plenty of needs in our schools that I don't, you know, with your numbers here, I think would be, especially with the substitute teachers pay, more paras, social workers, getting the pay up to where it should be, and that's for all county employees. Yes, and then we even have schools that need more attention. You know, Livingston Elementary, Berkeley Elementary, Robert E. Lee Elementary, some of the oldest schools in the county, and they don't even meet the ADA requirements, I don't believe. You know, nurses have to carry the students upstairs or be with them when they're on crutches, physically helping them, either a nurse or a teacher, where there's no way to get them up and down the flights. You know, we certainly don't have in those schools, certainly don't have the, I'm trying to think of the right word. We certainly don't have all the bells and whistles that the newer places do. And, you know, you go in those schools and it's like you're back in, you know, 70s and 80s, literally. I mean, some upgrades have been made for sure, but the overall school itself, they need work. But yet we keep on adding all this stuff. And, you know, I read about that, the magnet schools, whatever, the special schools that you kind of, it appears, at least gives the appearance to me that you're already moving forward to it. We already have some sort of art performance thing in Riverbend. Now we're doing a teacher educators and chancellor. I mean, that's 3 more left, and then you have the magnet schools. So I don't know. You know, I don't know how much of the teachers and needs. I can't believe it's a half FTE for all these things, unless we're just putting more on our teachers, current teachers. I just can't imagine that. And it's not that I disagree with the programs. It's just that I think that we need, you know, we have a lot of needs that we need to kind of come down on and quit expanding so much and handle the problems that we have currently. And then once we've gotten that under control, it's just like this county. We've you know, had such a population influx that we have got behind on our infrastructures. You know, we're back behind on the roads. We have all the congestion. Massaponax is blowing up with the congestion there. So, you know, and then we have the overpopulation of schools. I'm not even here in redistricting. So I don't know what the path is, to be quite honest. And it's just frustrating. You know, the Governor's School, International Baccalaureate, all these things, yeah, they're nice programs, but are they cost effective? If we're only graduating a handful of folks from something cost them, you know, $600,000 to it, is it really cost effective for us to continue that program? And that's just, you know, the safety officers. I'm a little, you know, I thought we had covered everything with the school resource officers, especially since we weren't allowed to approve, I won't say weren't allowed, it was certainly a topic I wanted to discuss, but nobody seemed to want to discuss putting armed security in. That would have been a cost savings, but yet now we want more. I don't know. I'm assuming they're not going to be armed security, just a security. I'm assuming they can put hands on. I don't know what they can do. But other than another adult in the schools walking halls and making sure the kids get to where they're supposed to be and not doing things they shouldn't be doing. The 5% increase across the board, is that from the governor's input? So that's added on top of the evergreen? Because I thought the evergreen was supposed to bring it, so are you going to adjust your evergreen study?
So what we've done with the evergreen study, if the governor's budget is approved as presented, and he's basically saying that you are to provide a 5% increase for SOQ positions, both instructional and support.
Okay.
This will,
all these abbreviations kill me.
so
I'm sorry.
standards of quality is for
Got it.
SOQ. And that not only includes teachers, but also it includes principals, it includes a laundry list of staff. So when you look at the Evergreen study, if he's saying that this is something that needs to take place, the Evergreen study basically does take that into account, and it is on top of.
So it's on top of the evergreen
Yes,
study?
it is. Yes, sir. Because we do not want to put those individuals who were already scheduled to receive something at a disadvantage. So to be equitable, it is on top of, absolutely. Because
Well,
if
there's-
not, you would not be bringing them to where they should be.
Well, the entire county doesn't have the folks where they should be, but that doesn't mean we can do it just, you know.
Well,
depends
that's our
on-
methodology that we use, sir.
Right. But you know, when you have somebody, and I'm just 10%, you can throw out whatever number you want over market. You know, how do we keep on justifying giving those folks pay increases when they're either at market or above it, well above it, extremely above it? I mean, I'd like to bring everybody up to mid-range. That'd be fine with me. I don't think county employees are paid nearly what they should be paid. But at the same time, it has to be an equity thing when you don't have all that money. I mean, right now, the $12 million that you're asking for, that's I don't know what it is, 9 cents on the 100, it's almost a 9-cent increase on the real estate property tax. I mean, that's a big jump in 1 year to be putting on folks. And that's not including, I don't know what Mr. Taylor will be presenting here shortly, and I'm sure there's a little bit of an increase there. I don't know. But I mean, there's only but so much folks can take out here as far as, trying to keep their livelihood and their way of living and not being taxed out. And
One point you may want to keep in mind, Mr. Benton, when you look at the actual 5% coming from the governor, it does include $4.6 million, and it does require local match. Also, when you look at the Evergreen study, they did indicate, because this was done back in 2016, that you do want to do a study every 3 to 5 years.
well, I'm not
Because
disagreeing with that.
just like the 5%.
But I'm just saying, maybe you ought to pick one or the other. Hold off on the evergreens to do the phase 2 and 3 until after you do the governor's $4.3 million that we'll have to owe on top of what the state's going to owe, which we pay anyway. I don't know if you've seen in I know of my taxes, I hardly get anything back from the state. I get a little bit more from the federal, but I might as well not get anything back from the state. Either way, we're paying for it. So why not just do an implementation of the 5% this year to all those that are in that group, and resume on the evergreen after that, part 2 and 3 the following years. I mean, I'd love to bump everybody, like I say, I just repeat myself, but I'd love to see everybody bumped up immediately, but fiscally, we cannot do that to our residents, taxing them where we would have to tax them at to do all this stuff. Anyway, I actually wrote down some notes this time, so I was trying to keep, I don't prepare any kind of statement, so I think people have figured that as much as I stammer around, but I try to speak from the heart and everything like that. overall in Virginia, how are we ranking as far as the education that we're producing, like the SOLs and stuff like that? How?
Well, we mentioned that we're 100%.
Well,
we're 100%. But
but compared to everybody else's around the state of Commonwealth, and their rankings as far as SOLs, how about that? That'd be, since that's a quantitative.
Dr. Baker, is there a statistic for that?
I believe a couple years ago we had a similar question, and we tried to provide a breakdown of, at that time, what all the SOL scores, and we did well. We're comparable and in many cases ahead of a lot of school divisions. But one of the things that is changing is how school division quality is being measured. It also points to some of the needs that we have placed in this budget based on those new requirements, including the requirement to keep chronic attendance down, which is actually a measure of quality. So the expansion of those metrics of quality in some ways is intended to de-emphasize standardized test scores, yet standardized test scores are still how some view quality. Yet you have to ask yourself what those SOL scores are really telling us about teaching and learning, especially when you consider the different populations that we may be working with in our schools. So, I think we can provide a lot of data on a number of ways that we believe that we're constantly increasing the quality of services. But to give one comparison, there are a number of different fairly contrived rating systems out there that if you join, you can try to get yourself higher on the rating scale. But I think that that's not how we are currently rating ourselves. We're looking at the quality of services. We're looking at data in terms of how our students' literacy levels are rising. We're looking at a number of different assessment data. And we're also looking at how students are achieving in terms of credentialing in high school. We're looking at a lot of different data. So I don't know that there's one comparison, but we believe that we're a high quality school division that's continuing to get better.
Well, I don't question that at all, and it's good that if you can bring one individual up from where they are, that's good. But our education system was, I don't know whether it's forced. I'll use the word forced to go into the SOL system, and from what I've seen with my kids, you're teaching a test, and then you're getting grades back. How are we ranked with the SOLs? Just SOLs, as far as our pass-fail scores that they give.
We're close to the state averages,
Okay.
but you have to consider that we're much larger than the average school division. So we have many more schools that we're trying to make sure.
I'm not trying to finagle anything else that
I'm just trying to answer the question, and
Okay.
I think that is the very quandary we find ourselves in. Folks believe that we should not be focused on SOL scores, but then want us to explain how we measure up with SOL scores. So that is the balancing and the challenge that we have each and every day.
It is, and it's almost impossible. It's like one of you, and I say this about the county too. We always compare ourselves to Orange, Caroline, King George. I think of all the others that surround us, and it's just they shouldn't even be in they don't even come close to what we do for services for not only our kids but our citizens in general, as far as fire rescue, sheriff's office, utilities, any of that. They don't even come close. But so a couple of those slides where I saw Fredericksburg doesn't come close to us. Fredericksburg, Stafford's about the closest to us. I think Prince William and Henrico maybe. I don't even know. Prince William may be a little bit above with their capacity as far as numbers. But that's what I'd like to see where we're compared to. Maybe Henrico, Hanover, I don't know. But our surrounding jurisdictions, that's a joke to even compare us to them. Just my opinion. Greg's only, not the board's. But no, thank you, and I understand. I know the complexities that you're dealing with, but like I said, you got to, on our side, it is a little frustrating when we heard one thing one year, then it kind of changes the next year, and then you can see where you're going with the programs in the schools. And I'll call them a magnet school. I think that's what they do up in Alexandria or somewhere like that. I'm sure a couple of them up there do some sort of special schools like that. But those are added burdens on the school system, whether it's a half FTE, whole FTE, whatever you want to call it. It's going to take people and supplies and time and energy to do that. And I think all our teachers right now are probably pushed to the limits as far as, and administrators, and what they're required to do, and that normally maybe other locations don't have their folks doing that stuff. So I'm just saying, I guess when it boils down to it, there's no way we could, most of our citizens, I don't think are going to stomach a 9-10 cents or more, depending on what Mr. Taylor presents to us, increase in their taxes in 1 year. I just don't think it's doable, and I don't think people will stomach it.
Is it okay if I just make one comment? I apologize. I know this is, but I want to make sure I know that the school board acknowledged that they, at least as a majority, did charge me a little differently this year in terms of saying let's see everything that you need and what you need right now, and even among your board, and I view it as encouragement, not as pressure. I will readily acknowledge and apologize to you that most years we have acknowledged the economic conditions and the constraints that we have in terms of funding at all three levels. And so in developing a needs-based budget, it has been with the idea of feasibility, possibility, and where is there a possibility to put within reason a budget that has resources that we need and addresses all the many complexities that you talked about, but also making sure that as the economy is supposedly getting a lot better at all three levels, I don't place this, nor do I think our school board does, at the feet of the locality only. But as I'm hearing, how do we compare ourselves? How are we doing in terms of quality? I don't believe, and I believe, let me just say what I do believe. I believe that our school system, our school board, has worked very, very hard over the last 5 years to maximize our resources. I know not everyone's going to agree with that, but the folks that are closest to the work know that we've tried to do as much as we possibly can with the limitations in funding. Yet, the very folks that would say we should not ask for so much are the very same ones that would say we're not performing at the levels that we need to. We're not providing the responsiveness or the customer service that we need to. We have too many vacancies. We have too many conditional issues in our aging facilities. So I think at some point, quality is going to only be increased by our level of resources. And I know that we're not the only school system, and I know that at the county, we've all been under-resourced. But I just want to make sure you hear from me. Last year when I did present that 3-year forecast, it was in good faith. And it was with the idea, and it was projected to be minimum needs over the next 3 years. And it took a lot for me to not continue in that way. But the outcries in our process this year, we went ahead and allowed input at a level that we had previously discouraged because we didn't want folks to spend their time really telling us what they needed and what would help them to substantially improve, the quality of their own work in their schools and their classrooms. And as we engaged in that process, to not bring it forth, I believe would have been wrong of me. But I am sorry to have put you in what looks like one position to say that, well, we might have been able to manage or get closer with what you projected the last 3 years. But I also know that the other side of that coin is that when we present something that acknowledges up front that the funding's probably, we have to look at where the funding might be. When we receive close to that and we have other needs, then it's, well, why didn't you ask for that if you really needed it? So this was an effort to just say, whatever you can fund, you can fund. But these are the needs, and we're going to continue to develop the budgets like this. I think I shared with the school board that, and it's not just at the local level, but even at the state level, we get a significant, we're still at pre-recession funding levels, or recession funding levels. We have not gotten to pre-recession percentages of the general fund revenue at the state. And so even though the number goes up, the percentage of the money that we are getting is not going up. And the other thing that I think is baffling to me and those of us that work in the field is that expectations and mandates and accountability has never been higher and never been more complex. So I requested of the school board, in order for us to move substantially forward, we need more resources, and we need to create a competitive edge in terms of our staff, and we can't continue to be at the bone with non-compensation. It's too much, and so we're not saying that it's all at the locality's feet. And let me just one last time, I do believe that it's important for educational leaders to have a vision for not only the school system and where it can go for our students in our community, but also to take into account what is best for students. And I'm not really sure, and I'm sorry that I was a little overly excited about a Teacher for Tomorrow Academy, because I feel like what's been lost in that is we want to engage our students at higher levels. And we are looking, just as we always have, is how can we do that at minimal cost? How can we do that by shifting costs? If students are taking this course, maybe they're not taking others. And we're not going to stop that work. So I want to make sure I'm at least explaining that it's not intended to be a contradiction. It's intended to say, simultaneously as we meet many needs that we have that you've just acknowledged, I don't want to forget that our mission is about our students and their future. And we have engaged teachers, we have engaged parents. Many love the concept. And so we do eventually have to put what's that look like in terms of cost and the many other implementation aspects of that. But we aren't there yet. But we are not moving forward until we really, frankly, have not only the support from the school board in moving forward, but that we are at a place where we can present that fully and know exactly what it will cost.
Chairman.
Mr. Marshall.
First, I want to start off, I've got two quick questions for you and one comment. I'm glad to see the stipend increase for the athletic coaches and the coaches. I had some coaches do some calculations on some hours that they put in. I think one was about 12 cents an hour, one was about 27 cents an hour, two different sports. So that was disheartening to hear the amount of money, but they don't do it for the money at all, and I appreciate everything they do for the kids. It's great. I do have two questions. On page 40 of the slide presentation, we have 5 full-time equivalents for admin interns. What is the school's definition of an intern? Because if I take that figure and divide it by 5, you're getting $77,656 for an intern position. Is this a mathematical error? Is your definition of an intern different than mine? I've thought an intern was someone getting
Yeah, to qualify to be an administrative intern, they're going to be a little bit higher on the teacher scale based on having the pre-qualification of having a master's degree. So I think this is just an estimate based on where we think folks might fall.
This is a
Teacher,
current teacher.
Current teacher.
That's moving into an intern position.
Yes, sir.
To move up. Okay. It's just
In
not
most cases, yes.
It's not somebody stapling papers and making copies as an intern would be in the business world.
No, but
just making sure we're on the right page on that. Okay.
No, but
thank you.
But it's a good question. I'm sorry to the board. I know I'm not supposed to be talking so much. I got my start in Spotsylvania County as an administrative intern at Spotsylvania High School, and look at me today.
Yeah, I'm not knocking the program.
No,
I was just knocking the line.
No, I mean, I'm just living it up, having a great time right now.
When I see that amount of money and I see the word intern, I was not thinking an intern of that degree. I did not know it was a teaching position.
Well, the way the position is always, we have folks that aspire to be assistant principals and principals. And in many cases, they've already gotten their credentials to do it. So what they're essentially doing is they're getting on-the-job administrative work and training at the cost of a teacher's salary. Okay. It's really, it's more of a training program, but as someone had mentioned, there are many responsibilities that we want our assistant principals and principals to prioritize in terms of instructional leadership. We ask them to help raise the quality of teaching and learning in classrooms, yet anyone who's been in a school knows that at every level, you may have a day where whatever you had planned is out the window based on things that you need to respond to administratively. The more hands that you have, the more you're able to stay to your priorities and have someone else in terms of monitoring, in terms of supporting teacher requests, parent concerns, even just students. And so a lot of their responsibilities are going to revolve around discipline, helping out with more minor types of discipline or investigations. But we're also looking, and it's going to be in the packet that you have, there's a piece in there that when I first started years ago, we had a part-time intern along with a full-time intern at each high school. And the part-time was half-time teaching during the day and then half-time administrator. It's one thing we're looking at maybe to be able to spread that support out a little bit more. And essentially you have someone who might, for example, teach a couple blocks each day and then grab a radio and go to work with the administrative team. So we want to do it to just try to help support as many of our schools as possible, and we're not just looking at secondary. We eventually would like to expand it to the elementary.
And I wanted to add also to that. You saw the statistic that we gave in terms of our administration for principals and assistant principals to the ratio and where we rank. And I want to say what slide that was. You have that?
I know what, I
You
know
what slide I'm talking
I know exactly
about.
what you're talking
So,
about.
I just wanted to caveat and say that
This helps your
the way
ratio.
the way we're operating as well. That's we're really operating on the bone compared to other divisions. And to address what you're saying, Mr. Benton, about that, I think when we look at a division that's 12th in size in the state, but it's ranking 127, 128, 130 in terms of ratio for administrative staff to student, that's way out of whack. And that's what we're trying to recalibrate.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Marshall, I don't want to, I know you have another
you
question,
good?
but I just wanted to share that there's one thing that's not always explained when we just look at each position item by item and say, well, what do they do? What do they do? There is as we looked at the various priorities, we see the increasing needs of our students, particularly in the area of mental health. And so the average person who's not in the field is going to say, well, you just need more counselors or you need more therapeutic support. And that's true. But sometimes you just need more folks that are available to help triage those needs or to help make contacts and to just be there at a given time. It's really just about increasing the overall support. And we also believe that the administrative interns, along with the many other resources we'd like to continue to add to our schools, will help in terms of our students and our teachers.
Okay.
Takes a little bit of the load off of them in terms of a lot of those, incidents.
Right. I appreciate the explanation. Like I said, y'all went a little more in depth than what I needed, but I appreciate that. Next question I have, and I get an explanation. Last year, we got the SROs. Are we seeing a problem in middle schools to where we need school security officers in middle schools? Are SROs not performing that we need to have school security at the middle school level?
No, not at all. Again, we've had school security officers, which are really just support folks. They are unarmed, but they are work within the general safety program at each school with the administration and the SRO to help with really enacting your safety plans and providing that supervision, eyes and ears. They're just additional folks helping with security. And we've had two dedicated at the high schools for many years. And so this came as a request from middle schools because it's great to have the SRO support. But occasionally, if there is something where the SRO has to become engaged in a matter, you like to have that continued visibility and folks helping, just in terms of proactive supervision and support. And so this is really just to help add that at middle schools where we have, more students and more challenges than we've had as those are growing. And many of those buildings are actually larger too in terms of the footprint. So it just helps with the overall supervision and safety.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to thank the school board and the superintendent because this presentation probably wasn't going to be presented to us until about the 26th, and we've asked you to move it up. And when we did that, we also knew that there might be tweaks and everything because you just passed it last night, is my recognition. So we do thank you. And some of these questions that have been brought out to you guys may have been answered if we really were holding on the 26th. So once again, say thank you very much so that we can use the 26th for a long evening with S-Power and everything. And the next thing I want to say, I don't think the school should apologize for anything. I don't think you should apologize as a superintendent. You've always met your goal, and you've always been straightforward. And then I'm going to ask the chief financial officer one thing. Of the last 10 years, how many times have you been given a budget or amount from the county administrator and say, work with it?
That was done 1 year in 2009.
Okay.
We were given the number in advance, and that budget season probably lasted 3 weeks.
Right.
So it happened once in the last 15 years that I've been here.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear that. But the thing is, what we have done, and I want everybody to realize this too, is that when you've lost, because of the times and the funding that we either would not, raise a penny tax or something like that, when you had attrition, you didn't fill those spots. And I think we've said that every year, over and over. And now it's time that we're saying because, and 10 years ago, I was always for if education's a priority, let's do it one cent at a time because now we find ourselves in a hole if your budget is truly 8.5 or 8.6 cents in a tax raise, okay? So I've always said this, it's much easier to blend a budget at the cost of 1 penny, which I'm just going to throw out and say $22 or $24. In a budget, that's less than a dollar a month, okay, to give our kids the right things. So, we haven't really helped here because we have been restrained by politics, not raising the budget and stuff of that nature. Although last year I think we did very well, and it was actually Mr. Benton that probably passed the vote to get us that raise that we gave the schools last time. So I appreciate that too. That's one question is, Chairman, how much scholarships did we receive this year from our 5 high schools?
Before, it was around 44 to 50 million, somewhere in there.
Okay. And when you think about that, I know that's probably limited to a small percent of the students, but even there, that's where the dollar is helping our citizens on that and everything. And it seems to me you only keep going up and up each year. I mean, you're probably going to reach a max sometime, but I remember when we pulled in, we were talking 2 million, then went 6 million. We thought 10 million was fantastic. So you're up to 44 million now, and that's because you got the good teachers. You got teachers who are doing the job without worrying about the pay and everything. I do have a question about band transportation. So you said it costs $450 a year.
It's 425.
425 a year.
Not a year.
For a half a year.
Per a half a year.
And so they make, that's $850 a year, and I know we've got a big band. We do have a big band at Massaponax, I should say, because that's where it seems to come from. And we can't find transportation. How much is that transportation costing in your budget? Just for the band, do you have a figure?
Yes, sir. It is $53,000.
How much?
$53,000.
And that's
for all 5 high schools. So each high school will have an allocation of $10,000. And because it's actual bus drivers transporting the students, you have to add your FICA. So it's about $10,000 for every single high school. So,
and really the parents are picking that up?
well, right now, the parents are picking it up. So in the budget that's before you, it does include this allocation based on feedback that we have received from the community.
And in the past, then the parents have been picking that up?
Yes, sir.
And
in
some
time past.
assistance also is going to be for uniforms as well.
Mr. Myers, you said a couple times you got 16 pathways, something like that. Well, here's the question I have, and I support the tech center very much. But today, if we go in the tech center and we look at a senior who's graduating out there, how realistic is that he's ready for jobs, building homes, going to heating companies and stuff of that. I mean, is that not what we really do in the new trend that we're trying to think, that when they become seniors, that they will be able to walk from that building over to a heating company? They may still be an apprentice, because most people are for the first few years. But how many students do we actually have, and what courses do we have that make these kids actually ready? Because I've been over there a couple of times. Carpentry, we used to build a shed, sell it, and now I don't even think we build a shed anymore with this. So how can you learn the industry if we're not actually doing it and stuff like that? So what I'm all for a tax, and I want to see this occur. If it costs more money, that's where we need to go, because we put a lot of money into getting kids into college, and we've sort of dragged behind the blue collar. The kid is going to leave and not go to college, but have a good job the same day he steps out. So, Jim, how many do we have?
I really couldn't answer that question, because I think that's something we definitely would come back to you at our work session, because we have staff that works closely with that and would be able to answer your questions. So I don't have that information tonight.
And we just recently did a tour there, and some of the skills that you were alluding to, HVAC, electricians, brick masons, it goes on and on. There's a variety of different things, cyber tech, a variety of different things that are being done in our Career and Tech Center. And to go back to what some had mentioned earlier, I couldn't imagine many years ago when we started the Career and Tech Center, if those had said, that costs too much money. Why would we spend money on career and tech? That's not really a wise investment with our money. Why don't we just focus on read, write, and arithmetic, if you will? That wouldn't be a very wise decision then, and it's still not a very wise decision today to not be forward-thinking about where the jobs of the future are going to be. And the jobs of the future, some of them haven't even been developed yet. And we need to train and prepare our students through career and tech, through specialty centers, not magnet centers, but through specialty centers where they have passion for certain skills and training for the jobs of tomorrow. After all, that's what our mission, that's what our charge is, to prepare students to be college ready and to prepare students to enter the workforce. And if we're not doing that, in my opinion, that's what's malpractice.
Well, here, the other thing is that you mentioned dual enrollment. Now, I know we have dual enrollment with Germanna. And I will tell you, I've been to plenty of Germanna graduations and other graduations from Mary Washington, stuff of that nature. And I've actually seen a senior who got a 2-year certificate, before she got her actual high school diploma, because it was a week later. Now, that's a program that will benefit everybody in this nation, and we need to continue on with that. And if it takes a little bit more money, that's fine too. But I want to tell you the fact that, and I'm one of them, I think for many years, and there's people out there that would tell you, I've asked, put out your needs. Put out your needs. Don't go with this, level funding. And we've heard that quite a few times. We're going to keep it level funding. Now, I think this board has done a pretty good job and everything, but I think we can do much better. And my whole point was, like I said, a 1 cent raise or a 2 cent raise is much easier to absorb in your budget than 8.6 cents. And we have been digging this hole for the last 5-6 years. And now it's to the point when we find what a real needs budget is, it's going to hurt the county. So it starts off at a negative with 8.6. But I would always ask and thank all the board members on the school board that you always give us a needs budget, because we do have to catch up in what we're doing. And the last thing I would like to say that Mr. Myers and I will both know that when we were on the school board, we had a survey done by this board, senior year, and I think the University of Virginia did that survey for us to see what the priorities of Spotsylvania County was. And a top priority from that survey was education. And I think it would be a great idea if this county figures out, and we as a board promote a survey, let University of Virginia do it again, and actually see what our citizens say, because the vocal minority is what's really pulling these pennies out and everything. Your common person who thinks education is the highest priority doesn't come to meetings because he's working too hard or to get in late and stuff of that nature. Those people, and you will see any time this room is filled, it's going to be a negative. Was with the baseball stadium. It's probably going to be with the S-Power. Anything else that made a big difference in this county, you're going to get the vocal minority and don't. There are a lot of people out there that are satisfied with the school's done because, number one, the children are not seeing the principal and the principal's not calling them. If you see a child step off the bus, it happens to be my child, he comes inside, how's your day? Great. You're never going to see them actually support. And I hate to say it, but the positive side, we don't get support from the parents. We always get it from the people who are negative about everything in here. And I would certainly say it's certainly a negative minority on that. Okay, that speak those things. So anyway, I just want to say thanks again for doing this. We knew as a board that there would be some questions. We even talked about that, the tweaking it after, because last night you approved it, and I don't even know what you tweaked, but I've seen a lot of things that may be tweaked now from everybody's conversation comments. And our kids are the most important thing in the future, okay? And we need to support our kids in an education and give them a chance to compete with not only other kids in the United States, but children throughout the world, Japan, China. I mean, education is much bigger in some countries out there, and some of those jobs are being taken by foreigners. And I think our children should be the first and have as much of a qualification as those people they're competing against. And yes, that's your job, but it's my job to support that, and I will support education in this county. Thank you.
Mr. Yakubowski.
Thank you. So the takeaway from Mr. Skinner that I got is he doesn't get as many phone calls as I do for people congratulating him on what a fantastic job he's been doing. I was sitting here and just jotted down a couple of notes, and we have another work session coming up, and I'm sure you guys didn't realize that this was a work session, but apparently that's what it's turned into, and thank you for trying to do your best, even though we were the ones that forced you to move it to this position in this date, and trying to answer the questions that have been brought forward. Basically, the full-time employees that you're asking for roughly are about a 5% increase in your overall workforce. See, if this was the 26th, I could tell you what the county administrator's budget was and compare those numbers, but I can't. So I'm just going to have to hold off on that and see what an increase we have on the county side. Because I will tell you, over the past 8-9 years, this board has made a priority of increasing public safety personnel. And we have increased a lot. And we have increased a lot in funding and in personnel. And now we just had the sheriff and the fire chief here telling us that they're losing roughly 10% of their, on the fire and rescue is 10% of their personnel because of salaries, because, and it's the mid-level. And so this board sat here and listened to them talk about, I think it was roughly $2.8 million just to bring it up to par. And then I think it was roughly $300,000, $600,000 a year to keep that going. By the way, there were no negative comments on that, by the way. Number two, Prince William, didn't they, I heard it on the news, that they're looking for a 5% increase for their teachers? Okay, so we're then, I'm sorry, Fredericksburg and Stafford also. So basically everybody's doing it. So if we don't, we're then that much further behind, and no big surprise when the next Evergreen study comes out and says that we need to play catch up. So we need to keep that in mind. Like it or not, you know, it is the world that we operate in. And just like we talk about, you know, incentives for businesses to come here, you know, in a pure world, they wouldn't need those. But when you operate against others that are competing against you with the same type of or different types of compensation packages, you have to either get in the game or you lose. And when it comes to our school system, you know, either we pay our folks or we don't. I mean, it really is that simple. But I do believe that, at least from my point of view, that the product that is coming out, I was glad to see the graduation rate that actually broke 90, because I don't remember it being that high for, it's been a long, long time. And so that's a great outcome that we do have. And also to see that the student population increase, first of all, you work with our planning department. I mean, we've had a brief on that. Plus, when we just did a apartment complex recently, we also had the planning department work with you guys to scrub the numbers better and just find out, you know, are we tracking it the right way? We think that this is going to produce this. Is it? So I know that, you know, our staffs work together a lot on doing that. Culpeper also, that was another one. Little old Culpeper. They, I think, is a target. I don't think they're doing it this year for starting salaries for teachers of $50,000. So if they're actually doing that this year, then again, that's another locality that we have to compete with. And we need to keep those types of things in mind because, you know, and I've heard it said from some people, and I find it kind of insulting, that, you know, well, teachers are just in it for the money. Because, and, you know, we've had attacks in the past, and I really try not to even respond to those because I don't think that I want to dignify any of that kind of stuff. But if you're looking to get quality out, you have to make an investment. I mean, it just is what it is. That's what it is. And so if we're competing with other localities that have their priorities of pay increases, and that's where they're putting their money, you know, we're seeing it on the county side in public safety issues. And, you know, this board, I'm hoping, will address that issue too, because that is a serious concern that we do have also. One other thing that I wanted to bring up was the magnet schools or the special ed or I'm not special ed, I'm sorry, it's late. The specialty centers. Thank you. You're mouthing and I can't see that far, even with my glasses. I applaud what you all are doing because giving more choice to our students is really what it's about. I'm not a school board member. I didn't run for your position. I campaigned with you, and we stood at the polls together. You got more votes than me, but you didn't have an opponent. But the responsibility is on you all to come up with the policy. We can check on it, we can ask the questions, and we should. There's nothing wrong with that. And providing the answers, I think, is what you all do very well. But I think that when it comes to these magnet specialty schools, I think that is where education is going. And while we do need the answers for the cost, you know, that's just a responsible way to do things. I will lend my support because I do have two kids in school, one in high school already. And the opportunities that are there right now are great. But as you see education changing and what we need to produce changing, and it constantly changes, I think that we need to constantly be looking at that. And this is not stuff that you implement next year. This is a plan that is going to take time to roll out, get buy-in, get the students to understand it, get them to sign up to it, tweak it a little bit, make sure it's the right thing. So this is a big vision that is going to take time because you want our kids to get there. And I think that you need to be applauded for putting that vision out there and plotting that course. And while I think 12.8 million or whatever the gap is incredibly large, and I have no idea, again, I don't know Mr. Taylor's budget, that it probably won't be that, I, as I've done in the past, will work with all of you to make sure that we can get that gap closed as much as we possibly can, because all that it's going to do is grow more in the future, as Mr. Skinner has said. And I think that when we, push off these issues, hoping that they go away, they don't go away. And it falls to us as elected officials to stand up and do the responsible thing and make sure that our core parts of our local government are funded as much as possibly. So thank you very much, and thank you everybody in the audience. Thank you for sitting. I know those aren't very comfortable. So thank you for being here.
Mr. Chair, can I respond to something that Mr. Yakubowski said?
Certainly.
I appreciate your comments, Mr. Yakubowski. The first point, especially when we're talking about the issue of teachers, it really comes down to a basic economic principle of supply and demand. As much as we'd like to think that maybe there's not a shortage of qualified teachers, there is. And other localities are responding to that in a way to attract the best and brightest to come and set their roots in their counties. The problem is if we are behind the curve, it's going to cost more on the back end than it does on the front end to attract them. So I appreciate your view on that. I think that it's important that we share that with you as a board, that this is not just a short-term issue. Another example of that, and it never really gets much of an applause, is when we talk about cost savings, especially with one of the major budget drivers in our budget is health insurance costs. And the amount of money that this board saved, which is it's an empirical number that can be proven, and that was from forward thinking. That was from leaning forward and doing some things that were really difficult so that we can glean the savings in out years. And I'm here to tell you that if the full implementation goes into effect, especially with the health savings accounts, we're going to glean some significant savings, because not only is it going to be beneficial to our employees, but it's going to be beneficial to the taxpayers of Spotsylvania County, because we were forward thinking and we weren't afraid of taking on something new. This notion about specialty centers being, I want to say boogaloo, if you will. I see nothing wrong with children that have a passion for studying something that is God-given to them. Why wouldn't we want to nurture that? Why wouldn't we want to invest in that? It seems to me that we're more worried about the political short sight of these quote-unquote centers than the long-term benefit when we put students in the workforce ready to go to work in the passion that God has blessed their hearts to engage. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I forgot one note that I had. And for our work session, I don't need it now, but just your retention rate. And also, in our brief that we got from Public Safety, we learned that a lot of the folks that we're losing are, for lack of a better term, middle management. And so it would be nice to see what your numbers are, who you're losing, why they're, as much as possible, just so that, I know we've been updated in the past on that, but just to get new numbers, see if since the economy is better, are we losing people and that type of thing. So I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Ross?
Can I get the floor computer to pull up slide 51 of your presentation? And while that's going on, I do want to thank you, the school board, and Dr. Baker for coming out, Dr. Meyer, Chairman Braswell, and the audience. It's been a privilege. I know that you guys moved this brief up. It's greatly appreciated. And I do want to say that it was, I don't think I heard anybody up here questioning the specialty schools or a teaching academy. It's all a great idea. I don't think it's any boogaloo, and I don't think there's any politics involved. It's just knowing the costs of that and presenting that and doing it due diligence. Not that hasn't been done, but following the process and knowing about it before it's actually implemented. And I know that there's still, it was even said tonight, we don't know. We don't know a lot of things about it. We're not ready to fully implement it, but yet we're moving forward. So I'm still waiting on 51 on the floor computer, please. But yeah, definitely I think you're seeing, and I can only speak for myself, support for more education, for specialties, especially VOTEC, especially those working things. Hey, Jane? Is Jane still here? As we're still working on getting 51 pulled up, floor.
It's up.
It is up. Okay, so our monitors are up, but it's up? Okay, good. I've got a paper copy in front of myself. So I did hear that this is the full budget this year, and you didn't hold anything back. So I'm just want to clarify what this slide represents. Are these slides that were budget requests that came in and determined that they weren't needed? Or next year, will these be positions that we're going to say, well, we held back last year and we didn't put them in the budget?
I'll do my best to
Just for
answer
clarifying
that.
what the slide is.
Yeah.
We have talked a lot about, hey, this is a holds bar budget. We're asking for what we need, and now I've got slide 51.
Again, I'm not going to, I don't want to, I don't think we use the no holds barred language, but I do want to.
Well, that's what I'm sorry.
I know what
I
you
must have misunderstood
what you interpreted.
it.
Yeah, sure. And it is when we
Yeah.
said that it was not a budget that was developed with a cap in mind, with a fiscal constraint in mind, or a feasibility of local, state, or federal funding to close the gap. It was the majority of the requests that came through a very comprehensive input process. We said, we're moving forward with the majority of those. These were ones that we did not include this year, and I'll just give you a couple of illustrations as to why not. I don't want to go through each, unless you want me to go through each bullet.
No, that's quite fine.
But
thank you.
But just to give you one, when I started, and actually the majority of our instructional leadership staff, math specialists, which are coaches, folks that come in and help our teachers with the implementation of curriculum and better meeting student needs in the classroom, we have continued to get an outcry for more of those, particularly in math, which is an SOL tested area. It's an area that many of our students need intervention and support. Those were funded historically in our Title I federal grant. And I don't want to, I have some folks that could explain it a lot better than me, but due to federal rules of supplanting, in order for us to add math specialists locally, we would first need to locally fund, not through the grant, locally fund all the ones we currently have first. So that puts us at a bit of a disadvantage in being able to substantially add. And so in terms of cost effectiveness and what we thought we could actually accomplish, we just said it's going to be almost impossible to get 10 math specialists on top of moving out 8 to 10 math specialists from that grant. So that's just one example of one of the reasons that we didn't move forward with it. The 9 additional lead content coaches is another example of that is one, and I don't want to, again, falsely say that there's a 2 or 3 year plan, but we wanted to first start with where we thought we needed the most immediate support, and that was in the literacy and math areas, as well as the visual performing arts and CTE areas to provide more coaching and more leadership support at the division level. We eventually want to add those in other content areas as well. And so those 9 additional would be ones we would want to build on the future. So that's just a couple of examples as to the thinking.
Well, thank you very much.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Yeah, Mr. Braswell. For the work session. Sorry, you're good. Yeah. Hey, for the work session, a lot of times in previous budget presentations, there would be a kind of a breakdown of comparisons between different localities, that we're competing with, as far as here's locality, here's their student population, here's the average student or the average salary, new teacher salary, mid-grade teacher salary, and maybe their operating budget, so we can compare apples to apples. So if you could have that for the work session or ahead of time, so we can at least review that and help with the whole discussion and all that.
Absolutely, and I, as a former service member, we, even though we had one day, we're not sniveling. We'll do the best we can. That's why we didn't have that. Today,
We got time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So So I have some comments and some questions. Let me start with addressing some things that have been said by my fellow board members. And the first one is well off the topic of school budgets, but Mr. Ross and Mr. Benton brought up growth in the county, so I want to point out that 10-year growth numbers for localities, I'm talking total population, not student population, just came out, and we grew about 9% over 10 years. And that was what I expected, because I've been watching year to year. The state always says we're going to grow 3%, and we keep growing 1% each time. So I just want to emphasize that, as the letter from that Mr. Ross read, was a letter or an op-ed?
No, that was actually in the CIP, the school CIP.
Driving around and looking at apartment buildings going up is not a way to estimate our population growth. I suspect, I don't have any numbers to prove it, but I suspect something that we've been hoping for and working towards for decades, that when kids age out, Spotsylvania kids age out, they stay here. I think that's starting to happen. So those new apartments, a lot of those people, they already live in Spotsylvania, but they're living with their parents, and they're staying in Spotsylvania when they move out of their parents' home. So when we talk about explosive growth, we're actually, in our region, we had the second lowest population growth. Only Caroline was lower at 6.5%. So I was glad to hear the comments that we've been putting a lot of money and hiring a lot of people in public safety, because when the sheriff and the fire chief were in front of us, all I heard from my fellow board members was nickel and diming, kicking the can down the road. And those comments were repeated in the newspaper, so I know I'm not misremembering. So I'm glad to have the record set straight tonight that we have not been nickel and diming the public safety or kicking the can down the road. As far as there was something about we've dug ourselves in a hole by not raising taxes 1 cent per year. 3 years ago, the tax rate was raised 2 cents. Last year is 1 2/3 cents. So at least over the last 3 years, it's been slightly above 1 cent per year. So I don't know how we've been digging this hole. So let me get to my questions and comments that I had prepared in advance. And when I was writing these, I was in much better lighting, so I hope I'm able to read my own writing. Mr. McLaughlin mentioned the 60 FTEs that were in your budget last year, and I know we fell a little short of fully funding you by $500,000. Were you able to hire all 60?
Yes, sir. I think the reductions that we made to close that gap were in the non-comp area.
I think it was 4 years ago when the state did something similar, offering a match for teacher raises, and we were unable to match it, and I believe that year it was all or nothing. I know there's more than one budget floating around the state. Do you know if, and I want to match all 5%, don't get me wrong, I don't want to be misunderstood, I want to match all of it, but do you know if it's all or nothing?
It is not. What we have learned, there's a difference in the House version versus the Senate version, and what they have indicated is that you can qualify over a 2-year period of the biennium. So you can look at 19 and 20, or you can look at 19 or 20. So we are hopeful that hopefully by the end of this month, we'll have the final biennium, and we can bring back that information on March the 12th.
Now, what I do understand, and it still might depend on which state budget ends up passing, but what I was told by VACO's staff is that the state is flexible about exactly what you do with the match. It has to be compensation for, I forget the acronym, SOQs, it has to be compensation for them, but how exactly it's structured, I think they're being flexible is my understanding. I was wondering if you had given any consideration to a step increase instead of the percentage.
I'll just share first, and Ms. Gaines can share more. Yeah, we had one of the challenges, and it was noted, I think, probably in a lot of, I can't recall specifically, but even in the county results over compression, and for us, it's always been that early part of the scale, and I think, and I give Mr. Skinner a hard time because they addressed the last half of that scale, and then I think the recession hit. And so where we are is when we give a step increase for the majority of our teachers, not all of them, but especially step 0 till about 17, 18, they're getting such a minimal increase that not knowing just the way budgets are, we don't know what the next year is going to bring. And so in terms of equity and also trying to continue, as some folks alluded to earlier, getting that starting salary up a little bit higher, we are continuing to try to, go across the board with the 5%. But what we do intend to do, Dr. Trampy, and this is something that we think we're going to need to do internally with our staff. We just, the proposals that we received from Evergreen were just way too costly in terms of a complete scale overhaul or alignment of our teacher schedule. And so our staff is going to work on trying to address the front end next year. And so when the governor's proposal had the 5%, we also had, and I think it was alluded to earlier, the good fortune, and I think it has been some hard work by the staff and the board to be in this position, but to not have anything offset that increase in the pay for those folks. We wanted to maximize and do as much as we could this year for all employees with the 5% because they won't lose anything due to any health insurance increases or adjustments. But there is flexibility. We just wanted to, again, match the intent of what I think the state's proposal was with the 5%.
I'm here for the 8th year. This is going to be my 8th budget. 4 of my 7 years, the number that we sent to you probably seemed pretty arbitrary. There were no programs, nothing specific that added to the number we gave you. It probably seemed to you that just came out of thin air. Mr. Jakubowski has made this point in the past. I was waiting for him to do so tonight. But when we look at, say, the Parks Department, any department on the county side, we say, okay, we want to fund this, this, and this. We don't want to fund this, this, and this. But with you guys, we just give you a number. And I understand that planning ahead is difficult under those circumstances. I think there are 3 reasons for this. One is just the system we have in Virginia that's evolved over time. This dichotomy between the county side and the school side, where the school side has spending authority but no revenue-raising authority. Nobody in Spotsylvania created that system, and it has problems. I think it generates friction between school boards and boards of supervisors or city councils, as the case may be. The second reason, I think, is because you all don't want us to tell you how to spend it. So you end up with just a number, and we don't tell you how to spend it because you don't want us to. I think thirdly is we on this board don't think alike. And you may have heard the saying that a camel is a horse created by committee. Well, the number we give you has been created by this 7-member committee, and so it may not seem like it has a lot of rhyme or reason. Now, I said 4 of my 7 budgets may have seemed arbitrary. So what were the other 3? Well, in my first 3 years, we fully funded the schools twice, so that wasn't arbitrary. We hit the number that you gave us. The other year is last year, where we we tried to fully fund, and we worked at it, and I tried to get there. We fell a little short, but it didn't feel as arbitrary because we were definitely aiming for fully funding. So now I'm looking at this year, and frankly, I don't have a number to aim at because you haven't given me a realistic number for me to work towards. So how do I decide what I want to work towards for at least a minimum? And with the full understanding that whatever money we send you, you can spend it completely different than what I would want. But I think the only way I can move forward is to decide what my top priorities are and hope that we can get there and hope that we can get beyond my priorities. If we can, that's great. Number one, I want to match the state for the pay raise and make sure the full 5% happens. Number two, I want to make sure that we pay for the pay study. I know there's been talk of, well, they can use some of the increased money from the state for that, but the state didn't promise to pay for the pay study. We did. So I think that should come from us. And number three, I want to make sure that we fund the 30 FTEs that you gave us advance notice about last year. So I think that's fair. You let us know, and I think that we should fund those. So unless all of my board members decide that I'm so wise that they just follow my lead, what you get will probably look more like a camel than a horse, but at least you know where I'm starting from. So, do any other members have any other comments? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do we have anybody signed up for the second public comment? Time. Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period. And that the cameras don't pan to the audience.
Good evening. I want to thank the faithful county staff that are here to hear this presentation. We'll try to be brief. Our 17 slides are a bit over 32% of the number presented by the division. We're trying to be to the point, and I know it's an awful lot of information to take in. We saw the superintendent's budget when it was first presented by him to the school board, so there has been essentially no or very little coordination between the two efforts. And so you will see that my proposed budget for FY 2020 is prepared from a significantly different perspective and different set of assumptions than those which underlie the school board's budget that you've just heard. So my proposed budget for FY 2020 comes with no proposal for an increase in any of Spotsylvania County's tax rates. Note that we do plan to add a separate rate, as has been discussed, for the data center personal property classification, which will be a new classification of personal property that we're proposing. That separate rate, if adopted by the board, would not impact any current taxpayers. There is no current county property, person, or equipment that would be subject to that rate. Now, upon the finance staff's recommendation, and with no objection from the Board of Supervisors, I directed that new initiatives be avoided in the FY 2020 budget in order to accommodate our finance and information services staff's work on the implementation of the new One Solution financial system software for our operations. Staff deeply appreciates the board's leadership in exercising such restraint. I've described the One Solution project casually as saying it's like driving down I-95 at 70 miles an hour and rotating the tires while we go. And it is a challenging program to implement. I appreciate the board's support along the way for additional resources, additional staff, and the encouragement to do One Solution right. And we're looking forward to the One Solution implementation and the powerful new technology tools that will be at our disposal when this work is done. We acknowledge there will be some initial growing pains to work through. Come July 1st of 2019, which is still our go-live date, we're on target to get that project done. The board's historic priorities have been accorded due respect in the formation of the FY 2020 budget in roughly the following order of priority. There are no changes proposed to existing tax rates. We will complete the third and final year of the phased Evergreen study implementation for the county, and we will fund the second year of implementation for Evergreen for the schools. We will fund operations to maintain existing levels of service. We'll add personnel and DSS that are necessary to achieve manageable caseloads and appropriate management supervision. We will fund the financial system upgrade and other continuing capital projects. We'll fund the second fifth of the ongoing OPEB contributions that are prescribed by policy to keep us on track toward full funding in FY 2023. We'll honor existing commitments such as debt service and our partnerships with the regional jail, the juvenile detention center, and the regional library. Proposed budget reduces new debt service through the use of available cash to fund necessary capital projects over the 5-year planning period. And the proposed budget complies with all of the board's fiscal policies. Now, anticipating the question, what about that public safety STEPS plan? From the first suggestion of the STEPS plan, I've noted that our primary challenge will be to complete implementation of the Evergreen study pay adjustments in FY 2020, and that no STEPS plan can be properly developed in time for consideration with this budget. It's now clear that no STEPS plan can be afforded in the FY 2020 budget absent a tax increase. At the board's request for additional information on a STEP plan for all employee groups, I've directed human resources and finance staffs to coordinate with fire and rescue to work through and cost out a STEPS plan for all county employees. Appropriate staff is being given the time to work through the STEPS plan concept so that we'll have a thoughtfully considered path forward and from the beginning, full comprehension of the cost of such a plan. This work will not be completed until after the FY 2020 budget has been adopted, but it will be in time for the FY 2021 budget and in time for the steps to be built into Phase 2 of the new financial system. Now, numbers in some of these columns may not appear to add appropriately in some instances, but that's simply due to rounding. The figures for the FY 2020 recommended budget are reflective of the real estate revenues that we project at the currently adopted rate of 83.30 cents. We begin each budget with the prior year's adopted budget as our base. We remove one-time costs and one-time funding from the prior year's budget. We adjust the base cost up or down to reflect what is expected or projected for FY 2020, and after that, the new budget requests are considered. We directed that new initiatives be avoided in the FY 2020 budget in order to accommodate the One Solution project, and I deeply appreciate the support of all of our county staff in adhering to that priority. Consequently, you'll note in the following slides that there are very, very few new initiatives in the proposed budget. When all the funds are included, the FY 2020 recommended budget totals $554.2 million, an increase of $23.6 million or 4.4% compared to the FY 19 adopted budget. When capital projects funds, which vary from year to year, are excluded, the FY 20 recommended budget is $22.5 million in increase, or 4.8% over the FY 19 budget. So this slide summarizes revenue changes anticipated for FY 2020. And it's a reflection of our healthy economy that our various revenues are projected to increase. The $3 million increase in state DSS and CSA funding has associated expenditures that are also anticipated and that you'll see in a moment. The $8.4 million increase in revenue includes transfers and use of fund balance. The reduction of $9.7 million in the one-time use of fund balance is largely the removal of the one-time $8.595 million transfer that went to capital projects in FY 19. The use of the fund balance in 20, the transfer to capital projects in excess of fiscal policy will be $5 million. The use of economic opportunities reserve for other than tax-based incentives is $355,000. There is that one-time YMCA capital contribution included that the board has heard about of $200,000. There is use of reserved tourism revenue for tourism expenditures, including a one-time railroad museum contribution that was discussed by a board member at $167,104. There is the first of 5 year capital contributions to the Germanna Community College. It's also been discussed here at $100,000. There is a one-time legal services cost item of $100,000, replacement of equipment for Parks and Rec, key fob entry system for exterior doors at fire and rescue stations, and various one-time equipment, software, and furniture expenditures for the sheriff's office of a bit under $30,000. With some other small investments, the total use of fund balance comes out to $6,037,238. Notable changes in general fund expenditures. There's $2,165,000 added to the budget for CSA mandated services to be consistent with the FY 18 actual expenditures and with trends in the program utilization. Nearly 60%, or about just under $6.5 million of the full mandated services program cost is expected to stem from the school's IEP placements into private day facilities. These expenditures are partially funded by the state. Other DSS program costs, primarily foster care and adoption programs, are expected to increase by $1.1 million. A total of $2 million is budgeted for the county's third year of the 3-year phase-in of the Evergreen Compensation Study. This funding includes a 2.4% consumer price index-based cost of living adjustment for our employees and a longevity adjustment of 0.5% for employees reaching 3 or 12 years of service, and 1% for those reaching 5, 10, or 15 years of service by June 30th of this year. To best align with VRS reporting dates, Note that any approved compensation adjustments will have to have an effective date of July 15, 2019, and those adjustments then will first appear in employees' paychecks on August 2 of 2019. Again, there's emerging discussion of the desirability of adding steps or longevity increments to our comp plan. Longevity adjustments were featured in the third option included in the Evergreen study recommendations, but at the time of implementation of Evergreen, that option was considered to be cost prohibitive. Instead, more limited longevity adjustments have been gradually implemented in small increments, and they're again being funded in this budget, as I've previously noted. There's also a $750,000 placeholder in this budget for changes anticipated in the county's health insurance plans. The schools, you heard mentioned a few minutes ago that their health insurance cost is unchanged. Based on our claims experience, we've been told to anticipate some notable changes in our costs for their Key Care 20 and Key Care 30 plans. To realign our plans and to assure sustainability of our health insurance offerings and budgets going forward, finance and HR staffs have begun exploring revisions to our health insurance plans and premiums. These may include the high deductible and medical spending account option that Dr. Trampy has talked about in the past, and that the sort of program that the schools have added as an option among their offerings. This $750,000 placeholder is in the budget to address anticipated changes to our employers' share of the cost of our health programs. The county is accruing liability now for future health insurance benefits. Again, this is OPEB, and this budget includes the programmed incremental increase in our contribution to funding our OPEB obligation. During the course of FY19, a total of 22.63 positions are being added. That's this year. 22.63 positions are being added in fire and rescue, the sheriff's office, and DSS. That is 10 firefighter medic positions that were added through a SAFER grant, which when combined with the 11 positions that were added in the FY19 adopted budget, met the 21 position need to allow for 24/7 ALS and fire service countywide at all of our stations. Also this year we've added 4 SRO positions funded through a grant, one of which was funded through a grant, and those were added to the 7 SRO positions that were included in the FY19 adopted budget to ensure that 1 SRO is available at each of the county's public schools. These were decisions made late last spring. And last fall, 8.63 DSS positions were added where provided by funding through the state's Medicaid program expansion. 7 of those were, and 1.63 positions were added for to work in support of foster care and adoption services. So these are additions that have been made in this fiscal year, and we are continuing funding for those in the 20 budget. Been a few comments about turnover or retention issues among our staffs, both at the schools and elsewhere. The Rappahannock Regional Jail has been experiencing extraordinary turnover in the last 5 years in the range of 23 to 34% annually. Recent compensation studies showed that the regional jail salaries are almost 16% below average. Our FY 2020 recommended budget includes a $400,000 increase in the county's contribution to the Rappahannock Regional Jail due to the additional funding to address staff salaries, an increase in the county's usage of the facility, and a decrease in the amount of one-time funding used to reduce the locality's shares of debt service. Before I leave the jail topic, I want to mention that I have served in the past year as the chairman of the Jail Board's Finance Committee, and that committee and the finance staff at the jail have worked very hard to minimize this increase, which for us is $400,000. That is down from an original projection of over $900,000, as I recall, for our increased share. So we worked hard on that budget. The contribution to the Juvenile Detention Center for our county increases by approximately $137,000 for FY20. The FY19 adopted budget assumed a $1.25 million savings coming from gap or lapse and turnover of positions, money saved when there are vacancies in our staff. Based on a review of the FY18 turnover savings, staff added back $302,000 to the FY20 budget to yield a total assumed lapse and turnover savings of nearly $950,000. Additionally, $100,000 was added back to the assumed health insurance savings stemming from lapse and turnover of positions. Fire and rescue and the sheriff's office overtime budgets are increased by $140,330 and $159,670 respectively, in an effort to better align the budget with historical overtime utilization and expenditures in those departments. Full year funding for the in FY 2020 for the SROs, communications officers, communications operators, and shelter assistants funded for part of the year in FY 19's budget is included for next year. The full-time financial system administrator and part-time procurement clerk funded in FY 19 from the financial system project budget are shifted to the general fund for FY 2020 as originally planned when these positions were approved by the board. The vacant sign coordinator position is removed from the budget. Per diem funding for the Spotsylvania Volunteer Fire and Spotsylvania Volunteer Rescue is reduced by $44,719, a 30% reduction for Spotsy Volunteer Fire, and $53,106, or a 40% reduction for Spotsylvania Volunteer Rescue, based on reduced coverage provided by those volunteer agencies. The library's full $4,626,347 funding request is included in the recommended budget for FY20. This represents a $204,177 decrease due to the one-time funding that occurred in 2019 but will not reoccur. That was for the first year startup and operating cost of the new library branch inside Spotsylvania Mall, and a new satellite location in Berkeley District. The FY19 budget included funding in a reserve account for the local match for SRO and SAFER grants. This is removed from the operating reserve account in FY20 and incorporated into the Sheriff's Office and Fire and Rescue budgets as funding for the added positions that were approved in FY19. All other base operating adjustments to accounts such as fuel, legal services, repairs and maintenance, insurance, regional agencies, maintenance service contracts, and others total $473,000. Now, the FY 2020 transfer to schools in this recommended budget is at $128.2 million. This figure is reached by taking the FY19 schools appropriation of $127.6 million, removing the one-time funding of $250,000 that was included in FY19, and then adding the new schools projected debt service, new debt service of $808,200. The transfer at 128.2 million means that the school's budget gap is $11.5 million based on the superintendent's budget that is now was adopted or approved by the school board and is now would be referred to as the school board's budget. Based on the data released by the governor's office, we've anticipated $6.3 million in additional state revenue that would be available to the schools for FY 2020. And from what we're seeing, that is trending up to $6.8 million. We're also anticipating that the second year of the comp study implementation for the schools would have a cost similar to the $6.9 million that the first year cost them in FY 19. That was information that they had given us last year. Like the division, we are tracking carefully what's going on in Richmond with the governor's budget. There is the issue of the match, but note, as Ms. Gaines pointed out late in the schools discussion, that is over the 2 years of the biennial budget, and with the significance of the added compensation in the division last year, we are very close to qualification for that state match. So in accordance with policy, since FY 2008, we've been faithfully adding 0.25% each year to the ongoing transfer of cash to fund capital projects. We do this to avoid financing costs. For FY 2020, the total ongoing cash transfer stands at $11 million, 4% of the general fund revenue, less designated transfers. We have 4 more budget years to go before achieving the 5% target level, going at 0.25% per year, but it is a blessing to be making progress. The FY 20 budget proposes a transfer of $5 million of the available fund balance as a one-time additional transfer to capital over and above the policy level transfer. Again, that's one time. This added transfer funds some projects in FY 20 and also funds projects in the out years of the 5-year CIP for which referendum authority does not exist and for which we do not have or anticipate other sources of funding. Because there was a one-time $8.595 million added transfer to capital projects in the FY 19 budget, which is being removed for FY 20, the net adjustment to the transfer is a negative $2.4 million. As I stated early on, new initiatives very limited for FY 2020. The greatest changes proposed for FY 20 include funding for new positions in social services that are necessary to achieve manageable caseloads and provide appropriate management and supervision in the department. Social services will add 7 new positions, including 3 family services workers, a family services supervisor, a services program manager, an eligibility program manager, and an eligibility worker. And these positions will meet community needs, provide needed services, and maintain the high standards of the organization. The proposed 20 budget also includes the funding for the addition of the Deputy Director of Human Resources. The authorization of that FTE was made by the board in your consent agenda this evening. $200,000 of the general fund balance is used to fund a one-time capital funding request for the YMCA, as has been noted. That'll be used towards the funding of a $1.1 million expansion of the Y's Spotsylvania facility. $100,000 of the general fund balance will be used to fund the first of 5 years contribution to Germanna Community College, as mentioned. $25,000 of accumulated tourism reserve will be used to support a one-time capital request from the Railroad Museum for large storage, replacement rail motor car, 2-passenger cars for train capacity, and building and equipment repairs. Though it does not impact the general fund and is not shown on the slide, a commercial building inspector position is also being added in the building office to keep up with the growing workload. That will be funded through increased fee revenue in the building department. Anticipating potential concerns about public safety, I won't leave this slide without noting that in the past 3 years, we've added at least 80 public safety positions, 43 in FREM and 37 in the sheriff's office. And I seeing and appreciating deeply their support in refraining from new initiatives in 2020 as requested and as supported by the board. Just wanted to note the history that we have before us. That's 80 public safety positions in the past 3 years. We have fully funded SROs at every school in the county, and recall we were told last year by the schools that the SROs were the highest priority and value in terms of adding safety to our schools. We've increased the number of deputies in the courts and on patrol. We have increased the number of officers and operators in communications. We have fully funded 24/7 ALS and fire coverage provided by career staff at all fire and rescue stations in the county. Every one of these 80 positions, regardless of whether they were originally funded for part of a year or through a grant, is maintained for the full year in FY20 under this budget. All of the previously funded positions also remain in the budget, with the exception of the vacant sign coordinator position, which, as noted, is proposed to be deleted. So, bringing it all together, the $8.4 million in increased revenue, including transfers in and the use of fund balance, matches to an $8.4 million in base changes, limited new initiatives, and the net new transfer to the schools. And this balances the proposed FY 2020 budget with no proposed tax rate increases. At this time, I'm trying to think of when we've last seen a number in red in that location. At this time, the available general fund balance at the end of FY 2020, so that's a year from this coming June, so we're projecting pretty far ahead, but the current projection there is a negative $1.3 million. This is based on the adopted fiscal year 19 budget and the budget as recommended here for FY 20. Finance staff is in the midst of preparing the mid-year FY 19 report now. And if at the end of the year projections from the mid-year report do not add to the fund balance, we may need to revise, or we would need to revise, the planned use of fund balance for capital in FY 20. Note, please, that staff has done the mid-year analysis to the point of gathering projected revenue. We had to have that in order to build this proposed budget for FY 20. What is being completed is the expense side of the mid-year report, and we will have that in due course, and it will help us better see our way forward. This slide 14 differs from slide 4 because it shows the county's financed projects, and the budget itself does not at this point show those projects. Once bonds are sold and finalized, a budget adjustment will occur to budget the financed projects. We do this to avoid any potential for mix-up between what is budgeted for projects in the spring and what is actually borrowed for those projects in the summertime. Details for these and for the full 5-year planning period of projects are shown in the budget document. Budgetary implications for the full 5 years worth of projects will be presented during a later budget work session on the CIP. Note that the CIP as recommended will necessitate a bond referendum to occur in November 2020 for school projects and a new library branch. It may also be warranted or desirable to consider a transportation question on a referendum at that time. The CIP for transportation projects includes the county's share of projects for which revenue sharing has been awarded or is anticipated to be applied for. There's a placeholder for implementation of findings from corridor studies currently underway for Route 1, Route 2, Route 17, and Route 208. And funding to bring to VDOT standards the Spotsylvania Parkway in the area of the hospital and the bridge so that VDOT will accept those roads into the state system. Please be aware that going forward, unless the planned expenditures are altered, on top of the base $700,000 transfer from the general fund, the transportation fund will need another $700,000 from the general fund in 2021. And that would be a cumulative transfer, so that would be looking for $1.4 million. And then another $0.2 million on top of that in 2022 for a cumulative transfer of $1.6 million. Another $0.2 million in 2023, cumulative 1.8, and the same amount, $1.8 million again in 2024. The need for this ongoing funding can be impacted by revising downward the CIP for transportation projects. Absent that, these projects are in our immediate future and will mean this funding will not be available for the general fund's purposes. So, when all of the funds are included, the FY20 recommended budget totals $554.2 million. Again, that's an increase of 4.4% or $23.6 million compared to the FY19 adopted budget. When capital projects funds are excluded, the FY20 recommended budget is $22.5 million over the FY19 budget, or a 4.8% increase. The figures for the 2020 recommended budget are reflective of real estate revenues that are projected to grow, but staying at the currently adopted rate of 83.30 cents. So there is no proposed tax increase. In sum, the FY20 budget completes the phased implementation of the Evergreen Compensation Study for the county staff, and added state revenue should permit the school's second year of implementation as described during the FY19 budget process. That's as described by the school division. That's what they told us they intended to do last year. The state money proposed in the budget should well enable them to fund that. Proposed budget funds department's operations sufficient to maintain existing levels of service with particular focus on adding personnel in DSS to achieve manageable caseloads and appropriate management and supervision of staff. It maintains at least 80 public safety positions that have been added in recent years, regardless of whether they were originally funded for part years or through grant funds or by other creative means. All their previously funded positions will remain in the FY20 recommended budget, with the exception of the vacant sign coordinator position, which is being proposed to be deleted. We fund additional needs for the financial system upgrade and other continuing capital projects, fund the second fifth of our ongoing OPEB obligation, honor our commitments to debt service and our regional partners. We reduce new debt service through use of available cash, and we maintain all of the board's fiscal policies. So, what's next? With a break on the 26th, and yes, that is said tongue-in-cheek, a break on the 26th to hear S-Power. We will be back for the March 12th budget work session. That's a joint session with the school board, and note that that evening tax rate add decision will have to be made. Aware that the finance staff has circulated already answers to the first few of the board's questions regarding the budget, and we look forward to more of those so that you can be as informed as fully as possible.
Mr. Benton.
I'm just going to comment real quick on just the YMCA and Germanna. I, for one, cannot responsibly support either of those two. You know, how are we supporting building structures and stuff for others when we got plenty to do for ourselves? If Germanna wants to expand, they're certainly not, this is an orange county. They're certainly not giving discounts to our students and the ones that attend there. That's $500,000 over 5 years. We have plenty of places to use that in the county. We can pay off some debt. We could use it for some of our own needs, the school's needs. Same with the YMCA. I'm not going to support $200,000? You sure that's one time? I thought they were talking about 5 years too. $200,000 to build racquetball courts and et cetera like that. I just can't do it. It's not fiscally responsible to support this kind of stuff within our county, our own needs in running this county. That money can go towards that. Or pay raises, public safety needs. I mean, it's ridiculous to even consider this at this point. You know, are we talking about bond referendums in the next year? I will not support either of those two. And I think from what Dr. Trampy says, you might as well, and not speaking for you, Dr. Trampy, but you might as well see what it's going to do to our budget if we add the 30 FTEs for the schools in the pay raise, because I think you've already included, if I remember right, the Evergreen study, just to take a look at what that's going to look like for us. I guess that's total from last year's for social services. Last year was 8.63 plus the 5 this year. If
Plus the 7 this year, yes.
7 this year?
7 this year, yes.
Okay. All right.
Just so we're all on the exact same page as we're starting the process, if we were to remove the one-time YMCA contribution and the $100,000 contribution to Germanna, that's being funded with the fund balance. So we wouldn't be able to take that $300,000 and use it for ongoing pay raises. But we would be able to cover our, what is currently a $1.3 million negative amount in our fund balance.
Mr. Taylor.
While we're in that vein, as regarding the nursing program at Germanna, and we will get this, I've noted it as a question, but my recollection from Germanna's presentation was that a very significant number of students in the nursing program are from Spotsylvania. So while that facility is not in the county, and we've had conversations, but I don't see a path to make it be in the county or satellited in the county. That is a program that is a significant benefit to our residents.
Mr. Ross.
Yeah, I would actually like to add to that, and I agree the why could be debatable, but we just heard tonight when the school board presented their budget about the dual enrollment program and what that saves the parents. And Germanna has a pretty small student population. I believe it's about 1,100, but what they provide to the families of Spotsylvania County as far as an alternative to going to a 4-year institution, a low-cost alternative, but you keep, you could either get a 2-year degree there, and I believe they have an automatic transfer to, if you keep your GPA up above a certain level, I believe it's 2.0 even to go to Liberty, 2.7 to go to JMU. I think it might be 3.5 to go to UVA. So it's a great opportunity for our kids in Spotsylvania County, our young men and young women, to get to a 4-year institution when they can't afford it otherwise. And I think, we look at our school budget, right? And how many millions of dollars are going there, and this is $100,000. And the rest is paid for not by us, but by students' tuition and I'm sure other state grants. So I'm going to support their Germanna fully. And the other question I have is I know Stafford County on the school's CIP budget, they're separate. So in other words, when you look at the operating budget of the schools, it does not include, I think Stafford pays for those kinds of debt services themselves if I transfer it over to the schools. Is there a way we could do the same? And why I ask that is it just seems to keep the money clear. For instance, if a debt service ends on our own schools, well, it would look like, let's say that it's, I don't know, $10 million, and that we finally pay off that debt. Well, it looks like then when the next year that we're doing a $10 million decrease to the schools when really we just paid off the debt service. So it's more of an accounting question to see if that would be something that we could implement here. I just think it makes things more transparent, it's cost to cost, apples to apples, and easier for the public to see. And that's all I've got.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Yeah, just a quick one. You mentioned the 37 new personnel in the sheriff's office. Did that include the SROs and the SROs as well as, what about the court deputies? Was that separate or
It
included?
did.
No,
It includes
they were
that.
all included.
So all included, 37
Yes.
in the last 3 years? Okay, thanks.
If no one else on the board has any, Mr. Benton.
Just real quick, how many was it for FREM over the last 3 years? 43?
43
Okay.
from 37 sheriff. Yes,
All right, thank you.
slide 11.
Mr. Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Mr. Ross as far as the school supports, a lot of the students are from Spotsylvania, and that's what it's based on. When you look at, they came in and said our share of that would be that amount of money. So I will certainly support that. It's the way to go. It's the way that students can get a degree and for the least amount of money and a good education at the same time. But I also would support the YMCA, and I'll tell you why I support that is because not everybody that walks into the YMCA pays any money. There are people, the underprivileged, people who just cannot afford to do it, but their kids, swim and these other activities too. So as far as the YMCA, they've got my support in that. I did have one more question. Let's see if I wrote it. It's right here. Here it is. On page 13, you talked about it's a negative 1.3 million on the fund balance.
Right?
So how does that affect us in credit ratings and, trying to keep the triple?
That is what we project right now, looking at the numbers and what has been recommended in the fiscal year 20 budget. It will not, the approved budget will not show a $1.3 million credit. If we get to that point where we, after looking at the mid-year projections, that we can't adjust enough to add 1.3 to it, we will reduce the transfer to the capital projects, and it will not show a $1.3 million credit.
Okay.
That will not be in the approved budget. We just wanted to make you aware of it as you're looking at the budget, and know that it is something that we're watching.
Do you have any, last year we had, 12 million in excess of what we had planned?
Not last year.
No, we ended with, I believe it was 8 million.
Okay,
Yeah, actually, it's
$8
right here,
million.
7.9 million.
Just-
It's on, excuse me, it's on slide 13. We
Okay.
ended with 7.9 million.
What-
And remember that for the fiscal year 19 budget, some of the adjustments that we made to try to address those prior year surpluses was to remove $4.5 million from the budget. So that $4.5 million was available to fund new initiatives and other items in the fiscal year 19 budget. So that's what I'm continually watching as we progress through fiscal year 19, particularly at mid-year, is to see how we're really doing against that $4.5 million savings that we projected.
So what is the goal? I mean, I've been here where we've had excess at the end of the year and everything. What as a staff, what's your goal to set? I mean, I'd rather have more left at the end than being less than that. So what do we use as a guideline or a
Certainly
basic?
our goal would be to not end in a negative. Our goal is to meet all of our fiscal policies. And we have policies set up that have established a budget stabilization reserve, a fiscal stability reserve. We have reserves in place. And I think beyond meeting the policies, our goal would be that we have something above that. This year we're putting $5 million to capital, and that's because we had money there from last year to do it. If we weren't doing that, we'd be borrowing that money and our debt service would be going up. So there's value to having extra. It also, as Bonnie pointed out, they're spending a lot of time now looking at expenditures all the time, watching it, because we don't want to be too close, because we don't want to end up in a negative. But we do have the reserves in place, so we're trying to balance it as best possible.
Thank you. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
On the various charts, sometimes hard to follow what spending is tied to what revenues. The additional revenues from the state for DSS, are any of the new FTEs in DSS tied to that state funding?
Yes, it's the 7 new positions in DSS are funded by $174,000 in additional state revenue, and the balance of the cost is local money.
Does anyone else have anything? Mr. Benton.
I hate to say it, I just got to go back to the YM. That just irks me. Sorry. And the YMCA is a private business. If that's their business model to offer people free memberships, that's their business. To build racquetball courts and expand their weightlifting facility and to build a new meeting room, that is not county's responsibility. Also with the Germanna, that's a state school. That's the state's responsibility. They're not funding us anything else. Our students are still going to be going there regardless. And we just finished paying, what was it, Mr. Taylor? I don't know if you can recall, because I know when I first got elected and was going through the budget, we were paying $280, something like $1,000 for the 5 years. We just finished it off, and now they're, hello, we need another building, but it's not in your county this time, so let's build this building. And you can help pay for it. We're still going to charge the kids the same rate. They'll still get the same education they would anyway. And they'd still go to the four-year college if they so elected, with the same credits and educational background from our facility. But you're going to help us build this building. That is not fiscally responsibility, and it is not doing our citizens justice for all the other needs. And I'm sorry, that topic just irks the heck out of me, and I'm not supportive of it. Hey, let's pop up if we're going to be doing this kind of mess, let's not worry about a $12 million. Just keep on getting it. Everybody that has a handout and wants some money from the county, let's do it. I don't understand. I really don't get it. So I'm off my high horse, but that just irks the heck out of me, Mr. Chair, and I will not support it, and you'll be lucky if you get a vote for me to approve any budget with that in there.
Anyone else? Mr. Yakubowski.
I support Germanna. And I just wanted to say that because Mr. Benton, I understand where you're coming from, but well, you've said it a couple times, so I'm trying to infer where you're coming from at least. We have partnerships. The YMCA actually is on land that the county owns, if I'm correct, and they have a lease with us, right? Am I wrong with that?
Kevin shaking his head, yes.
Yes. Okay. So I mean, if we really want to pull out, we can just sell them the land or tell them to move. We have partnerships with a lot of these different organizations that do benefit our county and do benefit our citizens. Germanna, if they want to build a medical facility for training out in Locust Grove, which, that building is falling apart years ago, even when I went there. And so if they want to do that, that's going to benefit everybody. And I understand, where you're coming from, but I want people to know that there is a lot of working together that we do, because if you really don't want to do stuff that is outside the realm of what the county is supposed to do, then we should not fund anything outside of the gas tax when it comes to transportation. Not one dime of general fund money should go for that, because that is not our responsibility, it's a state responsibility. But yet we've undertaken this obligation over many, many years, and it has benefited many districts. And if you were to pull that support out of that minus the gas tax, we could go a long way to funding the gap that the school board had presented us. But there are many of these things that we do, and I think that Germanna is a benefit to our county. They have roughly 7,500 enrollees over the entire area. We do dual enrollment with them. There's a lot of ways that we can benefit, and a $200,000 investment with them, and we do have the money to do, because it is a one-time thing, I think is a good investment. So I think that these partnerships are beneficial to the county. Thank you.
Mr. Benton.
Mr. Brooks, since you're here, and Mr. Yakubowski wanted to involve you, how much lease do they pay? Do you have any idea right off the top of your head? Just a guesstimate? Is anywhere close to what we would charge anybody else? Since we basically gave them some property to build a facility on?
My understanding, it's supposed to be $1 a year.
Wow.
And from that, if for some reason that facility no longer existed, it would revert back to the county.
So, can we raise it to $2 a year? That might help us with this $100,000 or $200,000 for their racquetball. There you are, Mr. Yakubowski. There's their deal. There's the benefit that we're giving them. A piece of property that's, who knows what the value is on that, for $1 a year. But yet they still want $200,000. And yes, Germanna may benefit, let's say, I'll go high, 36 of our nursing students. Well, $500,000, I don't think it's cost effective. We say that to the schools the same things with their, well, at least I have, with some of their programs. At some point it becomes not cost effective. We claim we're going to be fiscally responsible. These two projects are not cost effective, and then it's not being fiscally responsible. I don't care how you want to sling it and try to, justify spending that kind of money. And yes, very little percentage of our budget. I don't know what not even a percentage point probably. But yet we want to squibble over $1 million for, or even $2 million for our employees. Shame. That's our debt's going off the, through the roof. We're not paying that down like we should. This budget cycle is really starting out great for me, because I'm already frustrated to the hilt. That's it. I'm done.
Mr. Chairman, I just have to respond. Then, Mr. Benton, I'm waiting for you to make a motion to kick the YMCA off the property, or to raise their rent to whatever you find reasonable. I think that it is a benefit for the county. And if you want to talk about taxes and debt and all that type of stuff, I just do the numbers. From 2004 to 2019, our tax burden on real estate on average for this county has gone up $30 per year adjusted for inflation. And look at what our citizens get for that. That's a good deal. So if we want to talk about debt, well, we pay our debt. We have a AAA rating. We do a pretty good job. So, it's not out of control. We're not doing things that are fiscally irresponsible. I think that we're staying well within, and we are, providing for the needs that our community has. It's that simple. Thank you.
Mr. Benton.
Last time, if we're so fiscally responsible and doing so good, then the schools wouldn't be coming here to do a bond referendum in 2020 like they say. we wouldn't even be, we can't even afford a high school right now with our debt limits. So we're doing real good. We're every year we're coming closer and closer, in my opinion, to our ceiling, but yet we keep on. Yeah, I'm frustrated about the roads too. I don't think we should be paying for the roads. That's one thing our citizens do use, all of us. It's not 36 students. And I can tell you, the YMCA does not. Why don't we go ahead and put it in the paper and advertise them? Because if they're that willing to put that many people in for free that are less fortunate, I'm sure Berkeley Elementary and Livingston Elementary, Robert E. Lee with some of the poorest around. And then, matter of fact, why don't we bus them there? If it's such a benefit and they're going to do such this justice, we can bus them there every single day. Let them use the pool, the gym, and get their exercise in. I mean, why not? Where does it stop? I'm not for building racquetball courts and all this stuff for the majority that go there that are not underprivileged. So we can try to justify this stuff all we want, and I know this is trivial, and I apologize for everybody out there listening. $500,000, I guess I don't consider it trivial. We were talking about the normal citizen. Well, I consider myself a normal citizen. I'm retired. I do a lawn business. I farm, 7 kids, and this board thing, which whoever put that together as a part-time job is a liar. At least in the Livingston district, because it's every daggone day I'm having to go somewhere. I bought my truck, my dream truck of 38,000 miles on it, and I'm hitting 100,000 miles already, and I'd say 99% of it is running around this county for this job. And it's just, $500,000 to me is a lot of money. I'm done. Won't say anything more.
Mr. Ross.
So I know what Germanna has more than 36 of our students. I know a lot of our high schools do that go through in the nursing, but in general, they've got a lot more. I mean, a lot of our schools partner with them, do the dual enrollment, and I think it's terrific. And it is a low-cost way. And, back to the YMCA, I mean, Stafford County, you ever been to the Rouse Center? You been there? No. Well, you need to go. Okay? We've got one public swimming pool in Spotsylvania County. It's L'Oreella. My wife, who's going to turn 50, she lifeguarded there, right? It's old. It's been there for a long time. It's a good pool. It's the one public pool we have. Stafford County, our sister, they have an indoor pool. That's a $24 million complex. We don't have anything, but you know what we do have? We do have the indoor YMCA pool, right? And it does provide a service to our residents, to our citizens, and I'm not sure why we're talking about we've got plenty of time in the future to discuss this. It's a $200,000 item on our very large $550 million budget. So that's all I've got.
Mr. Jakubowski.
I was just going to say, Mr. Benton, I'll give you a call and we'll have lunch and continue. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. I know we got a couple department heads here tonight. They probably can stand up and answer these questions, but I would like our finance staff to look into a couple items that have been left off the budget. One is we have the sheriff's office plus fire and rescue, their overtime budgets. Are these two department heads projecting to be fully staffed for the fiscal year of 2020 and not needing to hire overtime to provide service to the public? That's a question I'd like to get asked by both departments. Also, the utilities department, 2 items here that was left off, the chemical treatment supplies, operating supplies. Totals over a little over $100,000, but I don't want the lack of these supplies to affect service to our citizens. That's 4 things, 4 different line items here that I see left off. I just want to make sure that it's not going to affect service.
Mr. Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick The donations that we make to local charities such as the United Way, can we get a list of that to see, is it? It is in the document? Okay.
Yes, it's in your budget document on page 82.
82.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the hard work. It's not easy.
No, it's not.
I really appreciate it, and I wouldn't want your job. But thank you for the great job you do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to my report. I wanted to mention a few capital projects. Company 6 renovation and expansion, as directed by the board, the project design will be issued under an individual RFP. Evaluation of the 6 proposals received will be completed in early March. And our expectation is that we'll have a design contract awarded in the second quarter of this year. The Judicial Center expansion, a total of 4 bids were received. Staff is currently evaluating the apparent low bidder for the project and will be making a recommendation to the procurement staff to move forward with contract development. The project is currently projected to come in under budget. The former Sheriff's Office demolition and historic courthouse stabilization, the demolition occurred this past week. The contractor's been working on the restoration of the historic courthouse at the building connection, and that work will continue over the next several months. The animal shelter, the contractor has mobilized and is beginning work on the site clearing activities to support the construction of the shelter addition. The project is estimated to take approximately 18 months. Work on the building expansion itself is anticipated to begin early this summer. Hunting Run Phase 2, the planned park expansion project, received 2 bids with an apparent low bid over the identified project budget by around $130,000. Staff is working with the apparent low bidder to value engineer the base project to determine if the project scope can be altered to bring the project within budget. Company 3 and Company 12, staff is working to develop an RFP for building design services for these FREM stations. Property acquisition efforts on Company 3 are ongoing. And finally, the Lick Run Museum space. The museum annex will be moved to Lick Run space this month. Staff is working with the museum to begin work on converting the former community center space to house the museum currently located in Merchant Square. And that is all I have to report. Carl?
No report.
And we do have closed session, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, this will be your resolution to adjourn into closed meeting. Whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors desires to adjourn into closed meeting for discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, discipline, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of the county, specifically the Board of Supervisors, appointees for the Fredericksburg Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, the County Administrator, and the position of County Administrator. And whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors desires to adjourn a closed meeting for discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry where no previous announcement has been made of the businesses or industry's interest in locating or expanding its facilities in the community, specifically a technology business. And whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors desires to adjourn in a closed meeting for consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel, specifically relating to amendments to the Spotsylvania County Code, stormwater regulation, and zoning process and procedures. Whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors desires to adjourn the closed meeting for a discussion of the award of public contract involving the expenditure of public funds, including interviews of bidders or offerers, and the discussion of terms of scope of such contract where discussion in open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, specifically a contract for computer software. And whereas pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711A1, 5, 8, and 29, such discussions may occur in closed meeting now. Therefore, be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors does hereby authorize discussion of the aforestated matters.
Mr. Benton? Mr. Marshall?
Aye.
Mr. Skinner?
Aye.
Mr. Yakubowski?
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Aye.
Mr. Ross?
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
Supervisors has convened a closed meeting on this day pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2, 3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors hereby returns to open meeting and certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion to convene in closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting.
So move. Mr. Benton?
Aye.
Mr. Marshall?
Aye.
Mr. Skinner?
Aye.
Mr. Yakubowski?
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Aye.
Mr. Ross?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.